Hello and welcome to another Saturday night Stack Chat, sponsored by the all-new Stackers Social, the place where we like to get together as a community, hang out and talk about all things shiny. And tonight I have the absolute privilege to be joined by my good friend from over across the pond in the United States of the America, the amazing, the brilliant, the one and only Cranky Stacker. So without any further delay, let's get him on and have a chat. Cranky, my friend, how are you today?
I'm doing fairly well, thank you, Stack. How are you?
I'm very, very well, thank you. It's been a busy day, but I'm glad to be here with you, my friend. It's going to be a great chat. It always is with yourself.
Thank you. I enjoy it. And no tricks.
Yeah, we were saying before, no tricks this time because Cranky, he kind of tricked me a little bit with a couple of his coins last time we had a chat, and well, it was a bit of a mistake, wasn't it? You accidentally put two coins in one capsule, and we thought, well, we got a little bit excited thinking you had a very, very rare mint terror there, but unfortunately, no, you just weren't aware it was two coins in one capsule. We've got loads of people in the chat with us already. I'm just going to say a very quick hello to everyone we've got here. We've got Blistering Barnacles Adventures, Luke, Ninja Wingnut, Steeler Stacker, Bob Milberth. Where are we? KY8 Stacking's here with his brand new logo. The Gold Tooth
Okay,
Stacker. Yep, Durbin and CY Sterling's here. Jamie Frost, my friend. I didn't think Jamie was going to make it, so I'm so glad to have you here, mate. Luke, I'm not sure if I mentioned you. Serpent Silver and Joseph Lopez as well. Mr. Kiwi and Lee Parola's just popped up as well. So, guys, as always, thank you so much for joining us. It's absolutely amazing to have you here, and you as well, James Elliott, who's just popped up as well. Cranky, what you been up to this week, mate?
well, just a kind of a standard week. I just living the dream, I guess. And by the way, uh, first and foremost, if you guys have your earbuds in and there's a sudden outbreak of screaming, then I think both of us will understand. Somebody's got the audio on for the football game, right?
Yes, yeah, there's a bit of a match going on tonight. I'm not sure.
Acceptable.
I think,
Acceptable.
yeah, I think Blistering Barnacles might be right with his guess for Brazil on that one. But yes, no, thank you to everybody who's joined us despite the match being on. It's really is great to have you all here. I have so much fun getting together with the community every Saturday night and having a good old chat with all the people in the live stream. So once again, thank you so much. Cranky, what an amazing spread you've put out. Is this all of your British coinage, is it?
This is my tribute to the United Kingdom. Um, yes, I am so fortunate to have all the things that I have. I mean, there's so many people that have sent me so many nice things. It's a little, I call it delightfully busy.
Yes.
Um, but I had more fun setting this up, just trying to get things in a good spot, and you know, obviously, I I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't even.
it may be a little bit busy, but it looks absolutely brilliant, buddy. It really does. I was considering getting my American pieces out, which I'm getting more and more of nowadays. But I thought, in honor of the Cranky One, I just literally just got a handful of 50p's and threw them out in front of me with a load of your stickers as well. Which, can I just say, it is so amazing to have finally received one of your actual stickers after designing your logo all that time ago. It's incredible to have a couple on my sticker board now, mate. So thank you so much for getting those across to me.
There will be more, and there will be more for other people over there. I wanted you and a few other select folks to get them straight away. I waited quite a while, as you well know, to get the stickers put together, and it's Now it's on to poker chips, so I'm behind the eight ball again already. So
No,
it's all right.
absolutely. I can't wait to get a cranky stack of poker chip. That would be absolutely amazing. Yeah, no, the stickers you've sent across, as I say, are fantastic. You've got the shiny and the standard, and I've got a few laid all out in front of me. Blistering Barnacles is happy about the 50p's. He's a bit of a 50p collector as well. I've seen some very nice ones on his channel. I'm not sure how Stephen will feel about that, but I'm glad to have you as my backup when Stephen comes on and starts telling me off about where Robin Hood is from and also my love of 50p's. So yeah, it's good to have a backup here, mate. So yeah, I just want to say, oh, Jamie's saying he can't stay for long. Just wanted to pass on my regards to Cranky. Oh, that's very kind of you, Jamie, mate, and I completely understand you not being able to stay for long. He's over in Japan, of course, Jamie, and he's got work on tomorrow, so it's got to be getting on late already over in Japan, surely. But
Oh
yeah,
yes.
it's great to have him here. Okay, what?
Thank you for popping in, Jamie. It's always a pleasure to know you're around.
Absolutely, 100%. KYH said, TSC, I'll be looking to get my own poker chips soon with my new logo. That would be absolutely fantastic. I'd love to get one of those added to my collection as well. And yeah, I'm not sure if you saw, but I responded to your comment a little earlier, just letting you know that the place I've got my poker chips from, and a few of the guys over here in the UK use as well, is personalized fun money, and they're a great company. I highly recommend them. So yes, if you are looking to get poker chips, that's where I would recommend you go to get them from. Shiny Stack is here. He says, evening TSC, Cranky, and everyone in the chat, and hi Shiny, it's great to have you here as well. Blistering Barnacles has said Robin Hood is real. Yes, well, it's not whether or not he's real or not. Stephen likes to think that Robin Hood is from Sheffield, and I keep telling him he's not. He's from Nottingham, and very famously so as well. But I'm sure he'll pop in later and argue with us a little bit about that. I've checked that they are 25 quid for 20, so that little love heart always gets in the way. So not so bad, just need the cash. Well, that's no worries. It's definitely worth the wait, KYH. And I know they do get cheaper the more you get. So if you can get more, then they work out a lot less per poker chip. I think I got 100 for 50 quid. So it works out a lot cheaper, but it will cost you a lot more. So it's, you may want to, depending on your funds, you may want to get more. But yeah. Mr. Kiwi said, and share too. TSC has been at 912 subs all day. Come on, just 88 to go. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Kiwi. Yes, and when I get that extra 88, I've got a couple of very nice giveaways to do. I'm not sure if everyone's aware as of yet. I'm going to publicly announce it on a video, but I've added to the giveaway already. So you've got the two 1 gram gold bars, the coin that Jamie has very kindly donated from Japan. My channel bar and poker chip etc will go to one winner, which will be first placed, and then second place is going to win an ounce of silver plus my channel bits, and then third place is going to win an ounce of copper plus my channel bits. So I'm definitely going to be finding as many winners as I possibly can on that night, because it's going to be such an incredible achievement to actually get to 1,000 subscribers if we can get there. But as I say, 912 at the moment, so not too far to go. Who knows? We'll keep our fingers crossed for that one. Hey, PM is here. It's great to see you, my friend. He says so close to 1,000 now, and yes, unbelievably close. I never thought I'd get this close. That I am already, so it's already absolutely completely amazing. As K-Way said, Stephen Robin Hood is not from Sheffield, he's from Leeds, and I think the whole of the UK is trying to claim Robin Hood now, but no, I'm not having it. He's definitely from Nottingham, and yeah, that's how I was grown up anyway. But yeah, so have you got any particular pieces you want to show and share with us tonight, mate?
Well, I'm going to go back to my old standard. This is for the old schoolers, and you and I had this conversation. It's the 69.
Oh, the
first
50p.
Oh yeah. The 69 50p. That's a number one in my whole collection. I Gosh, as far as look over here. I can't pick one. I've got my bar of my non 50p coins. That was like the dream coin. and I'm a cheap date, but I just really, really like the story behind this, and I like this. This is this is I like the Victoria um, image. I've got the Victoria penny back here,
Yeah.
and then I've got that, and so I mean, look at what I've got being from the Midwest in the U.S. I've got Coronation. I've got this this from Scott Silver. This is a Peatford. Um,
Pieford.
Peatford.
Pieford. I think it's. I like to say Pyford because I'm pretty common, but I think it's meant to be Pieford. Yeah, it's a
Well, there
beautiful
you
coin.
go.
That is. It's a Pieford £1 coin,
This,
isn't it?
um, yes, it is. It's really thick. It's a chunky little thing, but it's just gorgeous. And I've got the Coronation here. I've got a Queen's Beast back here. You could pick a spot, and I'd be just delighted to tell you what it is. Um, and I have, of course, my favorite Britannia from APM.
A, A,
You can't tell.
APM Cleaning Services. What a service.
Yeah,
You really can't tell. You
there's
generally can't tell. And
yeah,
those Britannias were
it's
absolutely wrecked by the egg he put them in, and for him to have got them coming up so brilliantly is just amazing, if
they're
you ask me.
nice,
It really
very
is.
nice. Which kind of brings me to a point, and I mentioned this to you before. Um, the quality, and Scott Silver was talking about it, the quality control. Why hasn't the Royal Mint done something with the done something like taken a page from the
Canadian Mint.
Royal Canadian? Yeah, and done
Yeah.
done the what do they call that? The process where they
The it's
mint
some
seal or
Mint Guard, isn't it?
mint guard. Yeah, I don't understand that. It just blows my mind.
I can
Um,
I
because
can
you
only
guys do
guess. Sorry, mate, go
beautiful
on.
coins in the world.
Yeah, no, I can only guess that it's due to the costs involved, and what they like to say is that it's bullion, so it's sold as an investment. But if that's the case, why are we paying VAT on it? It should be VAT exempt if it's investment metal, and secondly, you know. The series coins that they do, it's not just a standard bullion coin, is it? You know what I mean? People are paying to get nice coins for a collection, and the last thing you want is when you go out and spend your money, especially the Royal Mint money, the last thing you want is to get a coin that's half covered in a great whacking milk spot all over the coin. So yeah, I'm with you 100%. I think he's doing, the guys that are raising that concern are doing amazing work. I know Backyard Bullion had a telephone coin with the Royal Mint recently, and brought a few things to their attention during that. And I think the only thing we can do is just keep raising it as an issue and keep telling them, keep letting the mint know how unhappy we are with the quality of the coins that we're getting at the moment. But you're 100% right. The Canadian Mint, they resolved theirs back in 2018, if I remember correctly, and they had a massive
Right.
problem with. Yeah, they had a huge problem before that, but since that, their coins look absolutely great. So it is possible to sort it out. We've had a few newcomers join us. We've got Space Miner here. We've got My Silver Journey here as well. James Reel has joined us. It's great to have all of you guys here. So thank you so much for coming across. If you've got any questions for myself or Cranky, feel free to pop them in the in the comments. I've just seen MSJ just let me know it's Mint Shield, not Mint Guard. So I do apologise.
It's
Uh,
shield.
Yes, he's right there. It is Mint Shield. I knew it was something along those lines. If you do have a question for us, if you can just put at the Stat Collector, it just pops it up with an orange box, and it makes it a lot easier for me to see it and pick it up. But if I have missed or I do miss any questions throughout the course of the chat, feel free to pop it back in. It won't be deliberate. It'll just be because the chat does move on quite quickly at times. So if I do miss anything, feel more than free to re-add it until I pick it up. But that's no problem at all. So, mate, I'm just blown away with how good your collection of UK coins is looking. You've got some absolutely fantastic pieces in there as well.
Thank you. It's all by the goodness and grace of my friends over there. And by the way, I I can't thank you guys enough uh, for your support over here and the community. I heard a kind of a distressing comment about the community there in one of the big channels over here. You've got Yankee Stacking and Silver Dragons that do the Silver Stackers live streams, and they had an interview with somebody I believe from the Royal Mint, and he was talking about how the UK doesn't have a cohesive stacking community to speak of, and I thought, what in the world is he talking about?
Well,
And that's when the ambassador to the UK kicked in me, unofficial. And I thought, my God, man, where have you been? Um,
yeah.
you do have a community there, and it's very strong. And I'd really like to see you guys maybe educate the big dogs. I've tried reaching out to the bigger channels here, and I get no response. But I am the official ambassador to the UK
Absolutely.
from the United States, and that's it. That's all.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
So
100%. Cranky has been given or adopted the title of United States Ambassador to the UK stacking community. And I think that was true once upon a time. But over the last year or so, it's the UK stacking community has really, really blossomed. It really has. There's been some really amazing work done by people like Kobe Stacker with his auctions, 365 Days of Silver, the stuff he's done with Stacker Social, etc. Really has brought the UK stacking game to the table. It's not quite yet where you guys are over in the States, but we're definitely getting somewhere with it. 100% we are. I'm just going to go to a few of the comments. Silver Sins has said, do you think it would be possible for TSC to hit 1K tonight? Would be pretty awesome. That would be absolutely fantastic. I don't think that would be possible. 88 in one live stream. That would be an absolute record number, but we can only hope, can't we? Blistering Barnacles Adventures has a question. Don't say I have more. Yes, if anyone sees Blistering Barnacles put multiple messages on, he has a bit of a problem with his phone, and sometimes it re-puts things on a couple of times. So just bear that in mind with that. He's not doing it on purpose. I'm fully aware of that. MSJ has just got back from a visit with Mr. Warren, picked up some beauties. That's fantastic. I always like his visits to Mr. Warren. They're great videos they are. KYH has said, my granddad got me into stacking and his favourite stacker is Silver Dragons. Silver Dragons is a great stacking channel. It's one of the first ones I ever got into. It was Backyard Bullying, Silver Dragons and a few other, but Silver Dragons definitely has a great channel there. Question for you, Cranky. Are sovereigns popular in the United States? That's from Jamie Frost.
not, I don't ever hear anybody. I don't ever hear anybody really talking about sovereigns. In my opinion, um, it's something that a lot more people should show some interest in. I don't know that I've seen a video. Is Sovereign Saurus in the UK? I don't know that I've seen a video with anyone really talking about them. The fractional Britannias in platinum and gold, the silver Britannias, the Queen's Beasts and things like that get a lot of attention. But to me, the sovereigns are they're something I would like to have someday myself. But no, they're not much of a topic here, and that's something maybe I can help change.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. No.
he was talking about sovereigns, right?
Yes, no,
Not just the.
yeah, no, the specifically the sovereigns. Yeah, yeah. I've done a couple of little videos about the sovereigns, doing reviews on them, etc. I did the Shieldback most recently, which is a beautiful design of a sovereign. I think the sovereigns are popular throughout all over the world, but maybe not as available in the United States. Maybe you don't see them. I'm sure you'd love to see more of them available for sale over there, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Definitely, definitely would like to see that. That would be something. Heck, I'd like to be part of getting them more exposed. So,
Yeah, 100%. Space Minders put a comment which I completely agree with, and he said, Cranky is awesome, and he is. Cranky is an absolutely awesome guy with a heart of gold. If you haven't subscribed to Cranky's channel yet, you definitely have to do so. He's got an amazing channel with some awesome content, and for any of you prepper stackers out there, he is your guy to go to 100%. We're gonna be talking about prepping at some time in the evening tonight, mate. Don't you worry about that. Let's have a look. Joseph Lopez has said he unsubscribed to both Yankee Stacking and Silver Dragons. He had just had a bad feeling about them and get chills seeing bigger channels with over 1000k. Well, that's fair. That's fair enough. I kind of get where you're coming from there. I think they're good enough channels. I quite like them, but to each their own and all that, etc. Addicted to Precious Metals said, top man Cranky looking out for us, and he does. He's a great guy. He really is. Mr. Kiwi said, and I agree with this as well from Mr. Kiwi, he said, all they have to do, and this is referring to the Royal Mint, is demand the planchette makers use higher cleaning standards. Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that, 100%, and it is frustrating and annoying with the Royal Mint. Going back to what Ninja Wingnut said, he said he thought the Royal Mint people on that stream were rude as hell to the UK people, and was pretty shocked when he heard that. And I think sometimes it can come across like the Royal Mint they just don't really care. I'm sure that's not the case, but I know sometimes it definitely does come across that way. Yeah, I'd love to see the standard of the coins improve going forward. It is definitely an issue that the whole stacking community agree with. So hopefully, if we keep moaning enough, the good old saying, it's the creaky wheel that gets the oil. So hopefully, if we all keep creaking loud enough at the Royal Mint, we might sort the issues out. Darth Precious Metals has joined us. He said hello everybody, and so has McDonald Bullion. He says hey TSC and Cranky.
hello.
Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier on that point about the cost being an issue. Are Britannia sales down?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I,
There's
I
indication that
thought
they have been.
down to some degree, and I just have to say, as a business person, you when you invest in something such as your bullion issues, I would certainly think that sales would just skyrocket. Like, look at Maples. The sales, they would more than make up the cost on sales. I think then the cost would be an offset.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think, if they improve the issues, it would drive more sales. And as I was saying, I think there are definitely indications that the sales of the Britannias haven't been as high as maybe they have been historically. One thing we can look at there is the Atkinson's deal they did, where they were offering 10 Britannias for spot price plus VAT. And that kind of thing does show that maybe they had a surplus of stock left over that they needed to get rid of, and that's normally why a company would do that. That's why they'd put a bundle deal on it, just to move some old stock. So there's definitely indication out there that the sales for the Britannias are down, and I completely agree with you, Cranky, that if they sorted out the issues such as the milk spotting, etc., it would lead to higher sales as well. So yeah, 100% right on that one, mate. I'm with you all the way there. George of the Dragon from Blistering Barnacles, yeah, I love that. Benedetto Pestrucci depiction of George of the Dragon. It's one of my favourite designs on the British coinage. It really is. Silverton says, love seeing all the familiar names here in the chat. Great community. It really is. It's the highlight of my week, coming here on a Saturday night, getting together with, not just the guests, but everybody in the chat as well, and just having a great time. So thank you once again to everybody who's joined us over here tonight. Only one fancy gold worth having. Heraeus hologram bar. Well, I'm not sure I've seen the hologram bar from Heraeus. I'll definitely have to research that, Space Miner. I noticed that Space Miner sent myself and Cobra something over via 365. I saw that on his video recently. So massive thank you to Space Miner. I would definitely be uploading a video when that makes its way over to me. But once again, thank you so much for sending something across. Ninja Wingnut said, wish we had more sovereigns in Canada, but they are taxable, so rare. Okay, yeah, I can imagine if it's tax on things, it always, there's always going to be cheaper options, and people are always going to look to go to the cheaper option if that's the case. Luke's moving from quarter Brits to sovereigns while the prices are so high. Will be my first sovereign next week. That's fantastic. I'm a sovereign guy. I don't really, I don't have any quarter ounce gold Britannias, but I do have a few sovereigns. I just like the history of a sovereign. They've got a very similar amount of fine gold in per coin now. The Brits 999 fine gold, and the sovereigns are 22 karat gold. But they do have a similar amount of gold in them. So if you take them back to a dealer, you're going to get a similar amount for them. And I do believe, when I've done the maths, the sovereigns do work out a little bit better value for money, price per gram of gold in them as well. So I'm definitely a big fan of a sovereign. I may pick up a few quarter ounce Britannias along the way, but it's definitely the sovereigns for me right now. Ambassador Cranky, question marks from James Real. Yes, 100%. Cranky is the official US ambassador to the UK stacking scene. I think that's a title we came up with on our last live chat, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes, and graciously accepted. It's a huge responsibility, but I'm I'm up for the task.
Absolutely. You do some great work though, mate. You really do. You're always there helping the community out and doing things for different channels and people in the community. So I think it's a very well deserved title, 100%. KYH said, Stack Collector, Yankee Stacking subscribed to my channel after I told him I had a channel on 365's video. Oh, that's brilliant. Well done, KYH, mate. Absolutely well done. It's always nice when it's one of the bigger channels noticing you when you're starting off. That is absolutely incredible. I'm so happy to hear that. Send you that was to APM, sorry. Silverpunk was my guest last week. It was amazing to have him here. I'm glad you're here, because I actually went out and watched the new Top Gun last night because of MSJ's recommendation, and he wasn't wrong, mate. It is actually quite a good film. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, our concerns were probably unwarranted, and I highly recommend watching it because it wasn't a bad movie at all. Addicted Precious Metal says, sorry, okay, that's to Silver Sins. Okay, well, the chat is moving on so quickly. I will say, if I do miss anything, just pop it back in there. That's absolutely fine. Space Minders put a question: Who will we serve as vice ambassador? Well, Cranky, I think that's a decision you need to come up with. Who's going to be your vice ambassador to the UK?
I'll consider that. I'll certainly consider that. It's a big responsibility, so it's going to have to be a well thought out choice.
Absolutely, 100%.
By vice, do you mean like understudy, or do you mean like in charge of social crimes? Because we because that'll influence my decision on.
100%. Space Miner said, I hear that MSJ fella is handsome and smart. He might serve as vice, lol. That's a great comment right there. Cranky will pick his love Tuli Tuli from James Reel, and I wouldn't fault you. Tuli does some amazing work. She's got an amazingly fantastic channel. I need to start pestering her to come on for a stack chat at some time. And MSJ. And anybody else who would like to come on and join me for a stack chat. Please don't be afraid to send me a message, preferably on Discord, on email, however you want to get at me. You know, if you would like to come on for a stack chat with me, you don't even have to have a channel. I do enjoy having just anybody from the community on for a stack chat. You know, if you're in the community, you're gonna have valid things to say, and I'm more than happy to have people on. So, as I say, get at me if you do want to come on and join me for a future chat. Maverick is awesome. When Rooster said, how can we get this piece of museum out of this taxi runway? Yeah, I love that scene when they were flying the old F-14, I think it was. That was great. And that's a fantastic looking plane, isn't it? It's one of the most beautiful looking fighter jets in existence, if you ask me. KOH said, no problem, I've already said, but the Black Knight is a one-off piece. Is that the Silver Punk Black Knight? That was a fantastic piece. And speak of the devil, here she is. We have Tuli Tuli in the chat, your good friend Cranky. So it's amazing to have you here, Tuli. Thank you so much for joining us.
She's my first best friend, buddy.
Am I your second?
There's none fun, young lady.
Am I your second best friend?
Oh yes,
that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay then.
Yeah, you're my first best friend in the UK.
Oh,
But Tuli has done so much to help me along,
yeah,
and
she has.
And there was in a chat there was some comment about maybe the integrity of Tuli as a moderator and or creator and person, and I looked up the word integrity, and by God, it says first definition, Tuli Tuli.
I was going to say, doesn't it have a channel logo next to it in the dictionary?
Yes,
yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, believe it or not.
I believe it, buddy. I really do. KYH, the only thing you need to come and join me for a stack chat is to have a Skype account. It's completely free to download, and that's the only thing you need. I'm going to be looking into being able to get Zoom on as well. That's not going to be a problem. So if anyone does have any issues with Skype and uses Zoom instead, I'm sure I'll be able to figure that out as well. But yeah, it's Skype I use at the moment to bring the guests onto the stack chats, and we're getting a lot of love for Tuli in the comments, which is very well deserved. I do think she has a fantastic channel and very well deserved win on this year's Oscar. I thought that was very funny.
That was great. It was well deserved. Well deserved.
Absolutely.
And my Silver Journey had a good idea at the end of that maybe we should do a full-blown version of it next year and have judges and different categories and everything for YouTube videos. And I think that's just a great idea.
Actually, no joke, mate. It's something I've been thinking about, and I was going to speak to 365 and try and integrate it through Stacker Social as well, where people could nominate through Stacker Social, so we could come up with some categories, and then people could nominate the channels they wanted to put in there, and maybe we could get together as a community and get some prizes for the winners, something like that. I think that could be a lot of fun. I really do. I'm completely down for that.
I think it's a marvelous idea, and talk about getting the word out on the on the streams. With the right promotion on something like that, who knows? How many subs and viewers and that type of thing. My lead, my highest viewed video stack is my top 3 or 4 are my dogs.
Oh.
And I had one of my dog the other night that there's my vice ambassador, Marty the Wonder Dog. No, I got 1,000 views on this thing.
Yeah.
And I don't understand the algorithm clearly,
Well,
but
doggos are the best. You can never compete with a doggo as a human. It's just never going to happen, mate. It doesn't matter who you are, you know. So it doesn't surprise me at all. And you have some wonderful dogs.
they're pretty entertaining. I got to tell you that. There's no better friend in the canine world than the two I got right here. They're pretty doggone good.
Abs-
But um, I truly do believe that we should get something going for
like Scott's, yeah.
a an award type society there deal going. I'm kind of
I
babbling.
like what Scott Silver's just said. He said we could call it the Crankies, and I love that, the Cranky Awards. I think that's brilliant.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I think that's great. I think that's great. We'll have some little cranky faces made up as the awards to give out. I think it's a brilliant idea. I think we should come together and make that happen. I really do. Bristol Barnacles has given me the challenge of going to find the sticker he slapped on his last video. I saw one you did recently. You were at Angling Direct, and I'm there all the time. You know, so I'll be seeing that one soon. And Bristol Barnacles, what time do you normally go to do your ride along videos? Because one day I'm going to be there with a banner saying "We love you, Blistering Barnacles." All I need to know is what time, because I know exactly that road that he goes down on his ride along videos, and I'd love to do that. That would be a lot of fun. See why I said I'm
That would be
so.
very
Sorry,
fun.
buddy, go on.
That would be that. I'm sorry to
That's
interrupt.
fine.
That would be very fun, but you cannot use um, Chariots of Fire music. Uh, you'd have to pick another soundtrack for
Absolutely,
that.
absolutely. There's only one video that gets for Chariots of Fire in my book, and that's already on my channel. You know exactly what I mean.
God, I still laugh about that every now and then. I come across it, and it just cracks me
Well, that
up.
was your idea.
People,
That was your idea, wasn't it? You're the guy who said to put the Chariots of Fire music in the
yeah,
background.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm an idea guy. I'm not an execution guy. So your partnership with me and Thule's partnership with me over here has done nothing but forward my career as far as that goes.
100%. Silverpunk said he can slap 365 days of silver around the face, Will Smith style, if you need. And I don't think it's going to be an award ceremony without somebody getting slapped in the face these days, is it? You know what I mean? So I'm with you there 100%. I'm not sure how 365 days of silver will feel about it, but I'm down for that 100%. CY said he's in the process of getting some stuff sent to the UK, including a bottle of wine and some stickers that will be making their way to you. Mate, I'll drop you a message on Discord, and that's very kind of you. CY, I'm not entirely sure who that was to, but whoever you're sending those to, that's very very generous of you, buddy. The Oscars to our Japanese subscribers goes to what would only be you, Jamie. Who else could I ever possibly go to, mate? He's a great friend of the channel, Jamie Frost is. He's sorted me out some fantastic mystery boxes in the past. He really has. But yeah, no, I'm with you 100% there. Better him than Chris Rock. I think Chris Rock took that slap pretty damn well. I do. I think he must have been thinking, what the hell is going on here? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I slapped a friend on Nottingham jail for a pal. Oh well, I can definitely. I know exactly where that is, so I can definitely go and try and find that one. One day, I'm just going to go drive around Nottingham and try and find all the sticker slaps that Blistering Barnacles has put out there, because I'm not far from Nottingham at all. Blistering Barnacles is my YouTube neighbour, and we are definitely in the same neck of woods. But yeah, I have a lot of fun watching his sticker slap videos. The stickers he gets sent, he goes out and slaps them onto like signs and windows and things like that. And I think it's a great idea. He put loads of the Stackers Social stickers out there. It was the first ever Stackers Social guerrilla ad campaign, and it was absolutely fantastic. It really was. Nickel Stacking Basketball Guru Action Pro Music, great name. He's just joined us, so it's fantastic to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, we're having a wonderful chat with my good friend Cranky Stacker tonight. Sorry, buddy, were you about to say something there, mate?
Oh, I just said hi, Nickel, and he is now the proud owner of something. I don't know if he'll let me talk about it. Can I mention it, Nickel?
Let us know in the chat, Nicole. Yeah, and we'll wait for him to come back to you on that one. Silverson's got what the doggo. Hopefully, make it back in time for some more stack chat. It'd be brilliant if you could, matey. But you enjoy your walk with the dogs, and yeah, have a great time, mate. Thank you very much for popping along. Stack is going to get rung up by the bobbies for inspecting the facility. Yeah, maybe. I love it. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Could be on that one. Cranky. And while before we go any further,
Also start, we could also start up a bail bond division, um, because I've seen some of the places that he slapped those stickers, and I thought, how is he getting away with that?
yeah,
And of course, you know, Akadaka down in Australia has been slapping the hell out of things down there. It's a marvelous thing to watch, but I'm thinking, how are they? What are we on camera? An average in the U.S. 73 to 80 times a day.
yeah.
I can only imagine what it's like in the UK.
Yeah, the good thing about Blistering Barnacle is he's got his little electric bike he whips around in, so they'll struggle to catch him on that. Nickel Stackins let you know that it's okay for you to spread the word, buddy, so feel free.
Oh yeah. So the other night on Long Live Coins, he had, I believe it was Rocky Superstar was his guest, and I may be incorrect in that, but I think I'm right. And there is a metal now, that isn't getting much exposure as yet. But Long Live Coins is kind of going all in. I think Space Miner is in for it as well. And it's osmium. Um, it's a crystallized, super dense element, and it's just absolutely beautifully reflective. It basically doesn't absorb, I think, any light. It reflects everything.
That's cool.
And nickel is the proud owner of one of the first pieces that I've seen sold in the U.S. So yeah, you guys do a little due diligence on osmium, because it might be an up and coming thing. Every piece is registered. Yeah, there's a whole new Pandora's box with that thing.
It sounds very
But
interesting.
congratulations, Nickel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a type of platinum, isn't it, osmium?
I honestly don't know. I know that I'm seeing and hearing more of it, but I believe it's in the platinum group. Space Miner is in the chat. He could probably answer that. I think it's in the platinum group, but it's as far as I know, it's like the densest element or mineral that's been mined so far, and I'm not sure what the process is, whether it's mined in a crystal form or if it's heated to a crystal form. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
anyway,
I think it kind of is like a crystal kind of thing because it's very hard and brittle, osmium.
yes.
It's very. I think it's very difficult to work with as well, osmium. So if you've got an osmium piece, then yeah, very good. Sensible Stackers just put a very great comment in there. He's wanting to spend about £5,000 on gold. I assume you're in the UK, Sensible, with you putting £5,000. He was wondering what you think the best way to approach it is, considering the current price situation. Should I buy now or wait a few weeks? I would. I mean, I personally, I think the best way to do it is to dollar cost average it. So maybe pick up so much worth every month, because the price of gold is riding very high at the moment. So it may not be the best call to go out and spend it all right now, because you may see the price drop again, in which case you're losing value of your money. So to edge your bets, it might be worth spending a couple £100 every week or every month and spread those costs out, so you're seeing a more diverse price range for the gold. But it's a great question, and I wish you the best of luck. There's a lot of great gold out there. Cranky's got a Gold Britannia. It looks like a quarter ounce gold there. They're brilliant pieces. If you're spending 5,000, you can get the larger pieces as well. You can get the full ounce. There's some brilliant bars out there as well. Of course, the bars aren't capital gains tax exempt. So if you're looking to sell in the future, with the way that the UK government are going with the CGT allowance, it may not even exist at some point in the future because it's gone down from £12,000 down to £3,000, which is a huge reduction. So that might be something to consider. But yeah, definitely a great question. And if anyone's got any advice for Sensible Stacker, definitely get at him. I'm not sure if Sensible Stacker is in Stacker's social, but if he is, then absolutely direct message him and let him know what your thoughts are with how he should spend that £5,000. Gary Crawford,
It's social.
yeah, absolutely. Get on. If you're not on there, get on it. It's a great place to be. Garrett Crawford has let us know that he's watching while camping out with his new bivy bag setup. Wish me luck. I wish you a lot of luck with that. And like Lee said, what kind of bivy bag have you gone for? It's not necessarily the best night to be out camping tonight, depending where you are, but definitely over here in the UK, especially where I am, as Blistering Barnacle said earlier, it's a bit of a rainy night in Nottinghamshire tonight. So I hope you're somewhere that's at least dry and you're keeping warm, my friend. Small Stat Billion is here, and it's great to have you here, mate. He's going to be with me in a couple of weeks. I think the week after next, it's Creative Precious Metals next weekend, and then it's going to be Small Stat Bullion, and then KYH Stacking the week after that, and then after that, I do believe we've got Cobra Stacker joining us for another chat. So yeah, we've got some great stack chats lined up for the next few weeks, and yeah, it's going to be fantastic to have a good chat with all you guys. I'm really struggling to keep up with the chat tonight. You guys are absolutely smashing it in the chat. It's amazing to see. I really do love to see the chat blowing up the way it is tonight. Anyone know if you can even get an osmium bar or coin of UK? I've not looked into it, McDonald Bullion. I've definitely not seen that myself. So I'll have to do a bit of digging, and maybe we can discuss that a bit further in a future stack chat or on a video. But yeah, I definitely need to look into that.
I smell opportunity here.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely. Lee Prolus said that he's in a hammock tonight. It's cold in Wales. That's how I used to camp. I used to have my hammock stretched between two trees and an army poncho. Those as my tarpaulin above me, and that used to be my setup. I haven't been camping in a few years. I need to get back out there. I used to go camping on my own every single Friday night, sit there next to the campfire with a drink and just enjoy the night under the stars. It was fantastic. I really did have a lot of fun with that. Oh, Two Brothers Stacking. It said, oh yeah, I think you mentioned this earlier, Cranky, that we're getting 12 inches of snow there. So that's definitely not weather to be camping in, 100%.
Been there, done that. No fun.
No, absolutely. I have as well. I've woke up to 6 inches of snow when I've been out camping before, and that was not fun at all. It was really horrible. You've got to, all you want to do is stay in your sleeping bag and keep warm, but then you've got to get up and pack everything away. And I was up in the Peak District as well, and I had to drive out, and I ended up all I was doing basically was sledging my car down this hill. It was the most horrifically scary thing I've ever done in my life. I was so close to smashing into other people's houses and cars, but somehow, I'm not sure how, I managed to navigate my way down safely and get out of here. But that was a really, really difficult night that I won't be forgetting in a long time. KYH said, Stack Collector, isn't it weird to think that I wouldn't have started YouTube if I hadn't commented on that first stack chat with you and Cobra Stacker? I wouldn't have got mail calls and anything. Well, I'm so glad that you did start your channel, mate. It's fun. It really is fantastic to see KYH growing his stack and being there with him at such a young age and being there for the start of his stacking journey. We're going to be able to see his entire stacking journey for the years to come, and that's something I'm really, really looking forward to seeing. And as I say, mate, I'm really, really glad that you did start your channel, and I'm really looking forward to having you on for a chat in a couple of weeks' time. Just want to remind people, I will let people know close to the time as well. KYH it won't be the usual time of 7 p.m. KYH will be joining me between 6 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. So yeah, just a heads up that chat will be starting an hour earlier than the normal 7 p.m. start time. Gary Crawford's got a tarp above between trees and coffee in hand. Yeah, it sounds like my kind of camping. That does 1,000,000%. Done that at Farm Matlock. Well, I was near Matlock, Blistering Barnacles. I was Stanton Lees, which is a few miles. I call it Matlock because I basically call everywhere in the Peak District Matlock. I annoy people all the time because I tell them I'm going up Matlock and I'm actually about 30 miles away from Matlock. But yeah, anywhere in the Peak District to me is Matlock or Matlock adjacent at least.
Ma-
Go on, buddy.
Matlock, isn't that where Robin is from?
No. Matlock's nowhere near. Robin Hood's from Nottingham, mate. Nowhere else. No, it's Sherwood Forest where not where Robin Hood's from. But
Uh,
yeah.
Sorry, I had to throw that.
No, it's brilliant. I love it, mate. I love it. McDonald Bullying said it's great seeing lots of new stacking channels. Always like discovering new channels. Me too. I really do love the new channels. I think it's fantastic when people start a channel at the same time as start their stack as well. I know a lot of people they're kind of wary about that because they worry about not having a big enough stack. But for me, that's irrelevant. Everybody starts somewhere. If you've got a couple of pieces of silver, you've got a stack. So and I think it's great being able to watch it from the beginning and see those stacks grow. So I'm with McDonald Bullying. I think it's fantastic seeing all the new channels popping up all over the world for the stacking communities.
It's official.
Yeah. That's he's from Leeds. I love it, KYH. We've started to, this debate is getting bigger than the whole Bison Buffalo debacle. Where's Robin Hood from? You know, I thought it was just accepted, like universally, that Robin Hood was from Nottingham, but apparently not. Blistering Barnacle Adventure says Sherwood Forest is not Nottingham. Well, not anymore. No, it was once. It was once a lot bigger than it is now, but it's now in Edwinstowe, which is very close to where I am. And yeah, I love going for a good walk around Sherwood Forest on a Sunday. I can very often do 15 miles around there. It brings back a lot of good memories because there's an MOD training area which used to be, I don't know if it still is, but it used to be called Training Area B. And as a RAF reserve, I used to spend a lot of time out there doing training camps and stuff like that. So I love getting out there and walking around all around Sherwood Forest, etc. Stu's metal detection. Jamie, I can't wait, bro. Hopefully for my furnace coming. Oh, that's amazing. I'd love seeing people pour their own silver. Speaking of which, Cranky's holding up a couple of absolutely gorgeous Thule pieces right there. I saw you unboxing them on your channel, mate, and really do think they're absolutely fantastic.
They are beautiful work. She's very talented. I got this one for well, the longer it sits here, the harder it is for me to think about it. But I originally got that because I want to do. I've got a couple of charities in mind that I would like to do an auction for. So it's very possible that somebody will rehome that, and of course it'll be open to the entire global stacking community. But yeah, that's this. I mean, this is um, typical Thule work. She's a perfectionist. You get
Yeah.
Thule with the diamond, 2.3 ounce Troy, 999 fine silver, number 6. Just super talented, super talented. Oh, there we go. I told you I'd wind up display before it was said and done, didn't
Yeah.
I? Stack.
No, I think they are fantastic pieces, and Thule's pouring. I mean, it started off good, but it's getting phenomenal now, isn't it? You know what I mean. She's done some truly amazing pieces. I'm gonna have to get some of her poured pieces for my stack at some point, 100%. Um,
I would
yes,
highly recommend it if you like pieces.
yes. Thule's letting you know that she's said she's gonna pour you one for a donation.
We'll see. That'd be marvelous. But yeah, it's it's both of the charities that I have worked with in the past. I think are very, very good. You know, I was a paramedic for several years, so the tunnel to tower thing is a big deal for me. That's for first responders and their families. And St. Jude's Cancer Research Hospital for kids. I like that. Danny Thomas started that way back in the black and white television days. He was a huge comedian star from, I believe he was Lebanese, and he was just a super family kind of guy. This is his legacy from, 60 years.
Yeah.
Uh, so there's never any, it doesn't cost the families anything. And that's the thing I think I like the best about it is that they don't have to worry about, they've got enough on their plate to worry about at that point in time, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
anyway, we'll see.
We
Depends on how I can work things out.
Yeah, no, that would be great to see. We're getting a bit of tribalism from the UK guys over here. I mean, is the UK not small enough? Can we not just all be happy to be from the UK? But we've got people saying Wiltshire's the best, Yorkshire's the best, APM saying Robin Hood's from Weymouth. And it's quite funny. I'm having a lot of fun reading the chat. Stat Collector, you may have started the war of the counties. Yeah, absolutely, small stat bullying. That's what I mean. Like it's all popping off tonight. I mean, we're just for UK community, guys. It's all good. It doesn't matter what part of the UK you're from. We all love each other. Come on. Spaceman says St. Jude's and Wounded Warrior are real and true great charities that actually help. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start considering my charity for this year's charity live stream, aren't I? Because it's not going to be long until that's ready to happen again. I'll do it around the same time as last year, around October time. But we'll be doing another 24-hour solid live stream, or live-a-thon, as I like to call it, for charity this year. But I'm thinking this year we'll do it for a couple of different charities and spread the money out. And rather than doing it for one charity like we did last year.
I think it's a worthwhile cause for sure. And I mean, there are some better managed than others, but that's it's always like I say, sometimes do something nice for yourself and somebody else. There just isn't enough of it, and we make a difference, just one person, one of us at a time. So
Yeah, no, absolutely.
think about that.
Absolutely. Every little helps, as we say. A lot of people think that one person can't make a change, but it's not one person. It's a collective of people, and that is how change happens. And the war of the counties is still going on. It's brilliant. Scott Silver's staying out of it. Matt Daniel Bullion's up there for Wiltshire. So yeah. It is great to see. I'm seeing a lot of people bigging up where they're from. So what 50p's have you got there in front of you, mate, in that little pile?
Well, let's see. This one is. Did you send me this, or did Scott Silver send me
Let's
this?
have a quick look.
This is
King Charles.
This is
That's
Charles.
one of the ones
Yeah.
you won from me on the Christmas Live, buddy.
There we go. There we go. I had so much fun on that. I can barely remember anything, and I don't even drink. So, that's the newest I have. I have. Let's see. Where's the?
I don't think it is,
I
mate.
think the one
I don't think it is. I think the newest one you've got is behind my logo on the back left there.
upper left.
Yes, in the bunk pack.
Oh, this one.
No.
Oh,
In
this
the
one.
in the bunk pack.
Oh no. Yeah, these are all circulated,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, that's the newest circulated one you've got.
Right.
But the newest, that one right there is newer than the Memorial Queen Mother one.
This is not. I haven't even had the guts to take this out of the
Oh,
envelope
I don't
and
either.
and look at the back. It's. I guess I could do that right now. This is in a category all its own. Um,
I've got to apologize.
this one.
Yeah, I've got to apologise to everyone about my chair. It's very creaky tonight, so I do apologise if everyone can hear that.
Oh yeah. I just when sometimes sometimes you just don't ask questions, right?
Absolutely. It's a great coin, isn't it? The
It's
C3PO. Have you seen they've
it's
started a new Star Wars series?
um I heard something about it, but I have not looked at
There you
this.
go. You got Charlie Boy
Uh,
on the back of that one as well, mate.
um yeah, this is the first time this has been out of the envelope. This is just beautiful. I love this little privy on the top. That's that's something else. I can't even tell what it is, but it's
That's it. It's for Star Wars symbol, and I can't remember what it changes to. But that's known as
out there.
the lenticular feature. If anyone wants to know its proper name, I always call it the holograph. But yeah, it is a lenticular
It
feature.
is. Yeah. It looks like it looks it's very different.
Yeah.
And then you get up, turn it this way, and there's a almost a almost looks like a, a German eagle almost. Uh, got that. Then of course I do have the queen back here. Um, my Paddington is complete. And watch this; it's going to destroy everything when I start doing this. But this is what really got me started. As far as collecting a series or anything like that, these Paddington at Paddington State at the station. I've got him at what is this? This is the Palace down here.
Yep.
Um, you guys are all familiar with this, but a lot of people over here are not. There he is at the Tower of London, and of course at St. Paul's Cathedral.
Yeah.
Um, so that's complete on my Beatrix Potter. Um, I have a few openings here, but um,
Oh,
I
you've
have
got some more to pop in there, I think, mate.
well, I may not have found everything I had. This is everything that I found. I've
I
got
do believe.
I've got some duplicates. Yeah.
I think you've got Mrs.
I
Tittlemouth.
thought I'd had. That's exactly what I was thinking, and I'll be damned if I could put my fingers on it this morning when I was doing this.
If I
Um,
remember
I
correctly,
was just certain I had that, and the 2018 Peter Rabbit. I was sure that I had, or this
yeah,
one.
I thought you had that one as well. I thought it
Um,
was just the Flopsy and the two in the middle that you needed to get. I do think you've got those because the Mrs. Tittlemouse, I'm pretty sure that's what APM sent you. If I remember correctly, that's the one that
yeah,
confused us last time because it was in the capsule with a Mrs. Tiggy Winkle as well.
yeah. And you know what? I took those out of the capsules today, and that's what I've got down here. Um, this is another Peter Rabbit, Tale of Peter Rabbit, but that is this one, the 2017. So I'm sure they're here. I just um, haven't put my hands on them. I have been dreadfully, woefully behind on everything.
Yeah,
But and then of course you know well that this is one of my favorites.
yeah.
See that Sherlock Holmes. That was one of my dad's favorite series, and this is the one that was going to make Scott Silver and I rich.
1918, Power of the People.
Yeah, yeah, that was going to buy me a Rolls, but it didn't pan out much like the Bentley didn't pan out on the 2 year error from
Yeah, yeah.
on the
Don't
50p.
ever go on the prices that you see on YouTube, not YouTube, eBay for some of the 50p's. If they were true, I would be a literal millionaire, you know, because I've some of them are up there for like £10,000, but they're worth about £1 at most.
And that's okay with me. I don't you know I'm not opposed to having a 1 pound coin as opposed to I don't know if I'd handle having a lot of money very well or not. These, of course, are a couple of. I've just, if somebody asks me, I love to show the 50p because you well know that's my favorite coin ever.
Feel a great coin. I've got
So,
the big guns.
but Jordan, part of Stacker Social back there, Jordan sent me these 20s, 30s, and 40s 50p, or excuse me, sixpence and shillings back here. This is a 1918 sixpence that I picked up
Very nice.
real smoothie at the a local. I got that in the middle of Nebraska here, but you know, I just the quality, which brings me back around to the UK has had silver in their its money for a long time and very high quality things, and it just blows my mind that it's thought of as a commodity now. You guys should not pay tax on money as should nobody should.
Hmm.
But anyway, yeah,
No, I'm with you.
I can get on my soapbox
Yeah, I've.
all day about.
I'll get up there and join you on it, mate. 100%. I can see we've got the great 365 has joined us in the chat, mate. It's amazing to have you here as always. So thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to anybody else who's joined us since I did the mail call earlier. It's fantastic having every single one of you here with us tonight. But yeah, that your UK collection, mate, is really coming along. I've in honour of the Cranky One, I've brought my big guns out tonight, which are the two rarest 50p's ever to circulate in the UK. The second rarest is the Kew Gardens at the back there, which a lot of people think is rarer, but it's not, because the rarest 50p ever to circulate is this one right here, which is the 1992 European Presidency 50p. And right here, I've got the silver-proof version. It's got my favourite depiction of Queen Elizabeth on it, which is the Raphael David McCloof depiction, which was the third one ever to be used on UK coinage. I think it's a fantastic coin, and I had to get it out for the Cranky One because I know you're you're almost as much of a fan of the 50p as I am, aren't you, mate? You know what I mean? It's they are wonderful coins, and
Yeah.
they're what got me into not stacking, but into collecting. They were the first ever type of coins that I actively went out to collect. I did have a load of old coins I bought in bulk buys from car boots and eBay and things like that. But the 50p's were definitely the first coins that I ever went out and tried to get individual copies of each. I can see we've still got the War of the Counties in the chat. It's so hilarious to see. That's a beautiful shilling right there. That's a Scottish shilling, I do believe.
Yes,
Because
I have a.
you were a bit confused, weren't you? Because you had two shillings of the same year and they had different depictions on them, didn't they?
I did, yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if these are the two. These are the two depictions that I had that were, well, shit balls. I don't know when I'm in
So that
focus
one,
and when I'm not here.
yeah. So the one on the left is the UK, and the one on the right is the Scottish one, if I remember correctly. The one on
Right.
the left is really cool because you've got a crown with a lion on top of it, wearing a crown. But if you look very closely on that one, there's actually another lion on top of that with a crown and another lion on top. There's not really. I'm just joking, but it's something I like to say because it's a crown lion on a crown.
Boy, boy, I was trying. I was squinting. I was trying. See, that little some bitch is little.
No, I do like to joke that it just carries on. It's just line on crown on crown on lion, etc. But yeah, 365 put a great question in the chat. He said, "What's everyone drinking? What's everyone's drink of choice tonight?" Well, I finished my caramel latte in the Stacker Social mug, so I've now moved on to the Pacific Punch Monster because they didn't have any mango local in my shop, and I was very disappointed with them not having my favourite beverage in there. But I'm on the sorry, I'm not on the Mango Loco. I'm on the Pacific Punch Monster tonight. How about yourself, Cranky? What's your tipple of choice tonight, mate?
Mine is good old H2O with electrolytes in it. It's a Propel electrolyte. It's I I was done with coffee earlier. Uh, got up about, I don't know, 3 o'clock and started drinking coffee. Um, but yeah, this is my regular drink of choice. Now, probably 10 years ago, I would have said a good single malt Scotch or a Maker's Mark bourbon. Um,
Oh,
Something along those lines.
APM's got a
Um,
great drink. APM's drinking hot chocolate with squirty cream and marshmallows on it. So I'm very jealous of that. CY Sterling's on the Desperados tonight. Jamie Frost unfortunately does not have a drink to go with tonight, which that's probably for the best, Jamie, because I do know you've got a bit of work to do tomorrow. So it's probably better you don't have your usual bottle of Jack Daniels as you normally like to drink on a stack chat with us. Shiny Stacker is on the green tea, very very healthy, full of antioxidants. So I don't mind that at all. Jamie's asked a question about the 50p's. If there's any reason why the 50p's were designed not round. Um, I don't know. I think they just thought it would be a different design. I know they started going away from the round coins with the threepence, the brass threepence, where that went from a very small round coin to a larger brass coin, which was what that the brass threepence is what the original £1 coin was modelled off of, and that's why they're quite similar. But the obviously the pounds were round back then. Nowadays they are a similar shape to the original brass references, which Cranky's very kindly modelling right there for you all. And yeah, it's they're wonderful little coins. Do you know why they stopped selling? They stopped doing them in silver and moved on to the brass ones?
cheaper.
No, no. It's
I have.
It's because
Is
the old silver threepences were a little bit unpopular because they were so small, people kept losing them.
Were they smaller than the new halfpenny
About the same
or
size as
this?
the halfpenny, weren't they? But the thing is, like with the copper halfpenny, you didn't really mind losing them so much. But back,
Through that,
yeah,
yeah. This is a 5 ounce here.
yes, yeah.
Um, Much the same size. I could see that being an issue.
Yeah, because the old threepences, they were made of
Much there to
silver.
clip, is there?
Sorry, mate.
Not much there to clip.
No, no, not a lot at all. And the thing is, with them being made of silver, when you lost them, it was it was a substantial loss. Whereas with the halfpenny in copper, you didn't really mind losing one of those. But if you lost a silver threepence, when they used to make the threepences out of silver, you'd be a little bit annoyed. It'd be more like losing a fiver, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it's that's why they went
Yeah.
from being silver to the larger brass versions, which, as I say, modelled the new £1 coins. So very very iconic coin in its own way. The old threepence is tiny. I only have one of them. Sorry, mate, go on.
Oh, I just have a little bit of a lag here. I'm going to have to. There we go. Okay.
No trouble at all, mate.
All right.
Uh,
Sorry about that.
That's no problem at all. Night Precision, how do you decide which silver coins to stack and what factors influence your choice? Well, that's a great question, isn't it, from Night Precision there? For me, I mean, I just like all kinds of coins. I'm doing date runs of the old silver coins, so I want one of each of them. I love the new bullion. I've been buying mostly new bullion coins for the last year or so. I need to start buying more of the old silver pre-decimal coinage. That's a great coin right there that Cranky's got. That's for double florin, a very iconic coin. Minted only for 4 years, known as the barmaid's ruin because they were so close in size to the crown. A lot of barmaids and other people as well, but predominantly barmaids would mix them up, and a double florin would be worth 48 pence, and there's 6 pence difference between the two. And so if you give somebody change for a crown, it's kind of like giving someone change for a £10 note when you took a fiver, kind of thing. So it got a lot of barmaids in a lot of trouble. That's a half crown right there that Cranky's showing. He's got
Yes, sir.
some fantastic old silver there. That's a florin, I do believe.
It is.
Absolutely.
And then this is This is an old shilling. Um,
Yes, it
I
is.
for me the choice. I mean, anything with history.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's heard of crowns and florins and shillings, which I have now, and the sixpence, and but the story behind the barmaid's ruin, and just the design on those coins, just incredible.
Beautiful design.
Um, but I like history with with coins too. You know,
Yes, it really does always appeal more to me if something's got a bit of history to it, um, which is why I prefer the sovereigns to the Britannias, because you've got a similar amount of gold, but with the sovereigns, especially with the old sovereigns, I know they're still minting them to this day, but with the old sovereigns, you've got you've got the addition to the history as well. Going back to the double florin, one of the big issues with the double florin was because they didn't put a denomination on it, so it doesn't say double florin anywhere on the coin, and it was something that happened during the Jubilee coins. They just neglected to put the actual denomination of the coin on, which is one of the reasons why they got mixed up for crowns so much. Yeah, if you have
yeah,
a look at it won't tell you what value the coin is anywhere on it.
it does not say that.
No, Brit Reg Fid
And
Def.
this one you sent to me too, didn't you?
Yes,
Stack
yeah,
the 18, and that significance there is that was the year that my grandfather was born.
yeah, and that was
Um,
such a wonderful coincidence. That's the Joseph Edgar Boehm depiction of Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria, right there, which was designed for her Golden Jubilee, and it replaced the what's known as the Young Head, which was designed by William Wyon. And the Young Head Victoria is the longest-serving depiction of a monarch ever to be used on British coinage. I think, it was 49 years that the Young-headed Victoria was used, and she was certainly looking a lot older in real life than she was on a coinage when they swapped the depiction over. That's for sure.
well, it happens.
Here's another great question
It
from.
does. It does.
Yeah, absolutely. Another great question from Night Precision. What's the most unusual or rare silver coin you've come across in your stacking journey, and how did you acquire it? That would probably be the double florin for you, wouldn't it?
It would absolutely. Yeah. Um, that so far as I know, I mean, I just know little bits and pieces. I mean, I do have some commemorative things. This is 5 shilling,
That's a
but
crown. They they they
that's
started calling them 5 shillings later down the line, but 5 shillings is a crown, so it is still a crown coin.
and then I just um, that I believe is the oldest, the 1889. Now I just recently have started buying some ancient coins. I have a couple of Roman
Oh, they're
pieces.
fantastic.
One I haven't identified as yet, and then of course, long-lived coins got me this one. This is a widow's mite. That's a uh, biblical significance there.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
it's really really hard to see. And then I have one from him that is gosh, I'm trying to remember what empire it was. It's like 1500 BC.
That's
Um,
fantastic.
so that's it doesn't, at that point in time, it doesn't really matter whether it's silver or not. But the oldest silver I have is that significant year double florin from 1889.
Yeah, for
So
me personally, my most unusual or rare silver coin has got to be my godless florin, and I acquired it by spending a lot of money on it. So they're not cheap coins, they're not, and they can actually cost.
is it called Gothic?
It's it is kind of, yeah. So it's got the same depiction of Queen Victoria on it as the Gothic. What makes the Godless different is it doesn't say De Gratia on it, which is by grace of God, and it was only minted for 6 months because it didn't say De Gratia on it. It was the first ever florin to be minted. They were minted in 1849, and when they came out, there was actually uproar in the country because people thought we'd angered God, and God was causing disease and famine and poor crops because we'd not put by grace of God on the coin. So they, after only 6 months, they had to pull production of them. They made the florin coin slightly bigger so they could fit the term de gratia on it, and then it became what's known as a Gothic florin. So there's a slight difference between a Gothic florin and a godless florin. They look very similar, but a godless florin is slightly smaller and negates this term de gratia on it. But yeah, they're very, very similar coins, mate.
So those would be two more I need to. I'm just going to have to come over there. I'm going to have to visit you and 365 and Scott's and APM and everybody and uh, I need to get a connection in Ireland, um, and just make a coin trip out of the deal. That'd be an ultimate.
Would be amazing. That would be. 365 put a great question. It's something I actually wanted to bring up, so we might as well do it now. Cranky, if anybody wasn't aware, Cranky is selling some fabulous bits of silver. He's put a video on his channel. If you haven't checked it out as of yet, definitely go ahead and do so because he's got some really nice pieces of silver that you're putting up for sale, haven't you, mate?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. That's um, it's something that I need to do. I have to do, and it's not certainly something that I am relishing right now, but it is something that I need to do, and I've got most of it is vintage, um, and for crying out loud, I had it. There was one in particular that I wanted to show. Um, Hang on 1 second, Stack. I'll be
No
right
problem at all, mate.
back.
I'll go back to the comments while you go and sort that out. Ray's put a great comment on there, which is 1,000,000% right, whereas the old coinage were based on weight. So a shilling was twice as heavy as a sixpence, which was twice as heavy as a threepence. A florin was twice as heavy as a shilling, etc., etc. So yeah, there was it was very, very, very related to its intrinsic value of the silver, and that's how money worked back in the day, which was a lot better than what we do now. And when it was a very sad day indeed when we debased the coinage, going from silver to copper nickel. And but yeah, very, very correct in what Ray said there. I know Ray's got a great collection of older coins himself as well. Like myself, he's a big fan of the old pre-decimal stuff. Mr. Kiwi said he has a 160 AD Roman denarius silver coin. I think it's an Aurelius. Oh, that's fantastic. I know Darth Precious Metals has got a brilliant old coin as well. He's got one of the drachmas, and they're brilliant coins. One that I'm very, very jealous of. McDonald Bullion says he likes the Proof Gothic coins the Royal Mint did recently. They did some fantastic. They did a few restrikes a few years ago. They did a restrike of a Gothic crown, and they go for astronomical amounts of money now, and they are absolutely fantastic. Scott, as soon as Cranky comes back, I'll ask your question, which is very difficult. I'm not sure how he's going to answer that one. Space Miner said, apparently my ear for English accent is getting better. I finally understood Stacker when he differentiated between Gothic and Godless. Oh, that's fantastic to know. That's brilliant. Yeah, I seldom remember that. Obviously, people from out the world see me as having an accent. I don't think I've got an accent because, where I'm from, I sound normal, but yeah, absolutely. Small Stack Bullion, I need to get the 1970 pre-decimal proof set. Well, that's a good luck with that. I can certainly help you out with some 1970 coinage. Well, no, no, sorry, I wouldn't be able to because we stopped making them in 1967, except for the proof sets. I think we did a proof set in 1971 for the threepence, etc. There's a few of them I need to get myself as well. Are you back with us, buddy?
I can hear you. Yes, I'm still
Okay, no,
I'm still
no
sorting
worries. I've
here.
just got.
Thought I wanted to show.
Sorry, mate.
It's it doesn't
It's
matter.
okay.
It doesn't
Take
matter. I have
your time, mate. It's fine.
I have piece of vintage. It's a silver town, and it's a purple toner, and it's just gorgeous. And I'll I'll I it you know I think I had it in my video
Yeah.
recently, um, but if anybody wants to go back and look at that, they can do that. But I've got lots of vintage here that's um, hopefully spoken for. I have to work on some terms.
Yeah.
Here's a couple
Yeah, well, we've had some
of
fantastic questions. I'm just going to address very quickly before we go into that, mate. Silverpunk said, "Comment of the night from Stat Collector. Where I come from, I sound normal." I don't even know if that's true, to be honest with you, but you know. McDonald William said,
that's what got
absolutely. McDonald William said, "TSC, if you could have one British coin, money being no object, what would you have and why?" Very easy question for me, mate. It's the 1847 Gothic crown. They cost about £10,000 in good condition. An absolutely worn down one that looks just like a planchette will cost you about £5,000. So if money was no option, then absolutely it would be the 1847 Gothic crown, which leads on to what Night Precision said. And he said, have you noticed any trends or patterns in the popularity of Gothic themed coins among collectors? And how do you think they will contribute to the broader numismatic community? Gothic coins are extremely popular between collectors. It's one of the reasons why the Godless has such a high premium on there now. I've got a quite nice Godless florin, and that cost me. I think it cost me somewhere in the region of £140, which is not expensive for what it is either. I know Gilly, who very often joins us in the chats, he spent I think £700 on his, which is in the graded capsule. So yeah, they are very popular amongst collectors, and you know they do carry a very high premium to them. But they're beautiful coins. They really really are beautiful coins. Let's have a quick look. Durbin has said, what's your opinion on Monday coins? Love Monday coins. So difficult to get hold of. They really are very, very difficult to get hold of, the Monday stuff. It's something that's given away by the reigning monarch for holiday. I think they're given away in Easter and Christmas. I know they're definitely given away at Christmas. And they give away two sets, bearing on how old. So it's based on how old the monarch is. So if the monarch is 60 years old, they'd give away 120 sets, 60 to males and 60 to females, and they're given away to the elderly. And they're absolutely fantastic. But a question for you, Cranky, from Scott Silver, is if you had to choose and you could only stack Britannias or Eagles, which one would it be?
Um, I would have to go. I'd have to go Britannias. Primarily, I'm not a big fan of the U.S. Mint, and I in different given scenarios, you know, when the SHTF comes or whatever, and with the different legislations that the states are doing over here, there is there's no dollar amount on American Silver Eagles.
Yeah.
It's not it's a bullion. It's not a coin.
Mm-hmm.
The Britannia, this one here, has £2 value on it. Some of the way that some of our states are addressing silver and gold, you know, in our Constitution, silver and gold were the only recognized monies. Fiat currency was up to the cities or the states. But silver and gold is currency, and several of our states are passing legislation now to get back the rights to the states where they can use gold and silver as legal tender, as currency. But in some, they're saying, okay, well, it needs to have a face value. It should be a sovereign mint, or it just depends on how the state's interpreting it. But with a dollar amount or a face value, I think your options, could possibly be better to be able to use that. I personally, I just think Britannias, or if they'll get that mint shield
Yeah.
going, and we discussed that. I think they're just a much prettier coin to begin with.
Yeah.
But given that written value on there, I think that it could be an issue as far as,
Yeah, I've just got to.
you know.
Sorry to interrupt you, him. I've got to agree with Thule. She's just corrected you on that because the eagle is actually, it does have a denomination. It's $1, mate. I have one right here.
Well, that tells you how much I like eagles. I don't.
Yeah, on the reverse right here, we've got United States of America, 1 ounce fine silver, $1. So it does. It has the $1 value to it, buddy. And just want to.
Well,
Sorry, mate.
I don't really care that much, as I said, for American Eagles, ASCs. However, when I was going through and doing inventory, I have picked some up recently. And by recently, I say in the last 6 months, I've got some key dates and things like that. And I just I never really noticed, I guess. But I do have more of those than I do any of my other sovereigns, because when I've sold silver before, I have sold sovereigns, but I haven't sold ASEs. I've sold Britannias before, and I've sold Noah's Arks before.
Yeah.
I've sold some Maple Leafs, but I guess I didn't realize it until the other day. I have more ASEs than I do any other sovereigns right now, so I shouldn't.
There you go. I just want to mirror what James Reel has put. We've had the very sad news that Princess of Wales has been diagnosed with cancer, and it's very, very sad news. She's one of the most popular members of the royal family over here, and my thoughts definitely go out to her. And I hope it's nothing that's too serious and can be treated. But I was very upset to see the news today break about the Princess of Wales, and I hope all the very best for them. Night Precision has put another amazing question here. We're getting some brilliant questions from Night Precision tonight. He said, "What aspects of American history or culture do you think are best represented through silver coin designs, and how do these themes influence your stacking preferences?" Oh, before you answer that, buddy, I just want to say goodbye to Jamie. He's let us know it's 5:30 a.m. there. He's got to get off to bed. He's enjoyed the chat. Bye, TSC and Cranky. So thank you so much for joining, mate, and you take care of yourself, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. Stay safe, young man.
Absolutely. But yeah, so what aspects of American history or culture do you think are best represented through silver coin designs, and how do these themes influence your stacking preferences? I'll answer that if I may. First of all, I like the Liberty Bell, $50, and it's a coin that you sent across to me, and I think that's brilliant. I think it really shows a bit of American history in that one, and I love the designs that you guys have on your old silver coinage. I think they're really fantastic. You've got some brilliant designs on them.
I'd have to say that we do have some great designs, and here I am knocking about again. For me, the historic significance is, a dollar was a dollar. It was silver. Yeah. That the old Merle Haggard song, I wish a buck was still silver. That was probably, to me, that was the epitome. That was the strong time of the United States. I've got a little constitutional here, but the Walking Liberty,
Yeah,
is one of my favorites. and the eagle, of course, on, that's just definitely a fine thing. The Morgans and Peace
Oh, here's a
Dollar,
question for you,
beautiful.
Cranky. Sorry to interrupt you, mate. It's related to my video I did on Tuesday this week, where I reviewed a beautiful American coin, the peace dollar. What's your preference? Which one do you think's nicer, the peace dollar or the Morgan dollar?
I've always been rather partial to the Morgans, um, but the significance of the piece, I think you noted in your video the
Well, I know what
uh,
you're going to say there. I touched upon it,
the
but
left
I didn't elaborate on it. So I said in the video that it's called the peace dollar because it says peace at the bottom of it. But what I didn't elaborate is that the design was made to celebrate the end of the First World War and the world peace that they were in after that war,
correct.
and I did negate to say that in the video. So yeah, that's one thing I did unfortunately miss out on the video, which is 100% right. It's called the peace dollar because it says peace on it, but the reason it was designed to say peace on it was to celebrate the end of the Second War, First World War. Sorry, I do apologise.
Correct. And in the if you look right here, I don't know if you can bring that up or not, but in the word trust,
Yep.
um, the U is in the shape of a V for victory.
Okay, let me just here we go. Try and hold it still a second, and let's just there we go. Ah, yes, it is. Yes, you've got the. It's kind of like the Latin U, isn't it? Which was more like a
So
V.
in God we trust. And yeah, in the U, that was for the V was for victory, as I understand it.
Ah, okay.
But look at and that was a time of freedom. That was a time
Yeah.
of prosperity, and we really truly were a constitutional uh, country, Christian country in that day. And this was to me these and the walking liberties. This is the half dollar you were talking about. The
Yeah.
um, the Franklins. Um, they they all indicate prosperity and peace to me. There's the back of the
It's what
Morgan.
your country was built upon, wasn't it?
Uh, it is. It is. Yeah. And that's why I say that song "I Wish a Buck Was Still Silver" is significant because hopefully we'll get back to that one of these days. But um, it was good. It was a good strong time for this
Yeah, I've
country.
got to say, I'm
So
with 365 on this one. I think the piece is a nice design. I love the Morgan dollar. Don't get me wrong, I love the Morgan dollar, but I do think for me personally, I just prefer the design of the piece one. It's very Art Deco. It screams the 1920s when you look at it. You know what I mean? And I do love the design of them ones, but I love both of them. I just want to go back to a question that we had from Small Stack Bullying for you. What are your thoughts of the Austrian Philharmonic coins?
I have several.
I like them.
I love the when I first started stacking. I think that was the first sovereign that I bought, and it was my stepdad was a music teacher, so obviously the music's been a big part of my life, and uh, I love the Philharmonic design on it. I love the pipe organ. And I used to think when I first got them, I thought, and you pointed out, I thought it was the like a concert hall, but it's a pipe organ on the
It is,
back
yeah.
in the
Yeah, I
design.
think everybody,
And
until you're told, I think everybody thinks that it's a Romanesque building, like a bank, or like you say,
yeah,
something like that. But you're 100% right. It's actually a pipe organ, and yeah, I'm just going to throw some dinosaurs in the chat there to celebrate Cyber Sandman joining us. And all I'm going to say is, if you know, you know. But get those dinosaurs in the chat. Uh,
I glad to see you. The Philharmonics when I first started stacking, they had the best premium,
Yeah.
the lowest
I'll tell you what I
premium,
don't like about them.
and
What I don't like,
they're
yeah,
new.
one thing I don't like about the Philharmonics is the rim. I'm not a fan of a smooth rim. I'm really not. I
Yeah, if they were going to put smooth like that, some edge lettering would have been nice,
That's my favorite. I love an edge description.
like the old Libertad.
Like the old crowns
Yeah,
had the edge inscription, and I'm a big fan of them. I really do. I mean, if nothing else, it needs to have a reeded edge at least. I'm just not a fan of a smooth rim. It makes me think it like somebody put in the chat. It reminds them of a token you'd get from a school trip, and I get that with the rim being smooth. It kind of takes it away from it being a coin a little bit, unfortunately for me. But it said OBS is disconnecting and it's reconnecting. I'm not sure what's happening there. Why is my internet going down? Um, Okay, it's reconnected, I do believe. I think we're good to go now. I'm sorry about that, everybody. We may have glitched out a little bit there, but it does look like we've got a good connection as well. Reconnection successful. We had an OBS glitch right there. I don't know why. I think the chat's just booming so much. OBS couldn't keep up for a second, but yeah. Salman says you're back. That's brilliant. Tiny bit of lag. Yeah, I noticed it comes up and tells me, but I'm very glad that was just a momentary glitch there. But yeah. I'm having the same thing, no buffering, just cutting in and out a few times. Yeah, I really don't know what caused that, guys. I do apologise, but I'm getting a really good and strong connection now. I'm fully green, so hopefully that won't bother us again. I'm not sure what I did. you know, I'm not that good with technology myself, so I can mess up sometimes. I think it was Cyber Salman joining us. OBS just had a moment. Ah, that's beautiful. That is, mate.
that is the purple toner that I was looking
Yeah.
for to show you. It's just I had a couple of these for sale, and they were surprisingly, and these are Silvertown. Um, I don't know if you can read it right down here. Surprisingly, nobody was interested in these.
Really, I think they're
These
beautiful.
two, yeah, two I think they're gorgeous. I really did not want to get rid of those, and still haven't as yet. So maybe there's a
Yeah,
reason, but yeah, those that purple toning is just I'll compare it to
yeah. No, that rainbow toning on that one is
the.
gorgeous, mate. It really is. KYH is taking responsibility, saying he overdid it with the dinosaurs, but that's fine. Get those dinosaurs in there. It's no problem at all.
Get them in, get them
Get them in
in.
100%.
I have a
Go
question.
on.
Have you seen these? I've got two of
Oh,
these.
I like that. I
Um,
don't think I have seen.
I bought them when they first came out. It's Czech Republic, I
Okay.
think. It's Republica. Um, and I, it's
That's a Nui coin.
it's- yeah, it says, well, it's a Czech coin.
That's the Nui coat of arms there, isn't it?
Yeah, right. I think they did it for the Czech Republic, and I haven't seen many of these things. These things are just gorgeous, but I cannot test this out. I can't, and I got this from a bullion dealer. Um, I think it was SD. Um, and I can't get it to ping. I can't get it to obviously um, the magnet test it'll pass.
Yeah, that looks
But
good.
uh,
That looks good.
it came directly from a big time bullion dealer, but I can't get it to ping out. I don't have
Have you got the app?
but I thought that this is just gorgeous.
Have you got the app, buddy?
I've got the ping test and a pocket pinger, but I do not have a
They work
um,
best. Those ping testers work best if you use them alongside one of the free apps, like the Precious Metals app, because they're really good at picking up the resonant frequency of the coin, and so much better than a human ear can do it. I can tell that it,
I I tried several different coin settings with this, and it never pinged out. Um,
Right.
I couldn't get 2 out of 3 tones on it, so but it's pretty, so I'm keeping
Yeah,
it.
no, I would too because I think it's a great looking coin. Small Start Bullying says Cranky seems like a proper guy, a real one, and he 100% is. Cranky's a proper top gent, and that's why he's one of my bezies from over in the United States. 100%. Here we go. What is the significance of Winchester, Indiana? Indiana.
Winchester, Indiana, I believe, is where Silvertown Mint
Ah,
is.
there you go. I
If I'm not mistaken, it's the home of Silvertown Mint, which is, if I'm correct, they have done a lot. They've been in business a very long time. It's still a family-owned mint, and if it is what I'm thinking, that's the significance of it. See, I could be totally wrong. Is Thule still in
She
here? She
is,
could tell
yeah.
us because that's kind of in her neck of the
There
woods.
you go, Thule. Get at us
Um,
in the chat. Let us know. For me, I mean, when you speak of Winchester, it's kind of a rifle I think of, but more than that, it's for Winchester House because everyone knows I'm into my conspiracies and that kind of thing. And I don't know, do you know the story of the Winchester House?
how many doors does she have to nowhere?
So many. The reason for it is it was the widow, the Winchester widow, and she was sure, 100% sure that the house was haunted, and the only way she could appease the ghost was to constantly be building. She could never stop building. So there's corridors that lead nowhere, doors that lead nowhere. It's an absolute maze of a property. Really interesting story. If anyone wants to check it out online, but to trap spirits, Tuli says, yeah, no, that's I love the story of the Winchester House. But speaking
Tormented by the souls. Yeah, she was tormented by the souls of the
that we'd
people
been
that
killed by the gun,
had died
yeah,
in the fire.
yeah, 100%, yeah.
Um,
Uh, McDonald Bully
and
said when he thinks of Winchester, he thinks of a pub from Shaun of the Dead. 100%, I love that. When I, the first thing I think of when I hear of Winchester is Sam and Dean, and I'm going to say if you know, you know, Sam and Dean Winchester. But yeah, they were characters from a show that I was a big fan of called Supernatural, and yeah, they were the Winchester brothers, and that's where I go to whenever I hear Winchester. But speaking of questions, Cranky. Um, it's about time you asked Magic Yoda your question for the evening because, as I'm sure you're aware, all my guests on my Stack Chats have the unique opportunity to ask the Magic Yoda literally any question you want to ask, buddy. So, what would you like to ask this little guy right here?
I would like to ask him why.
Just why? It's got to be yes or no.
Yeah. Well, now you're qualifying. Let's see. Did I confuse Master Yoda?
You did, yeah.
Let's see here. Um, my question for let is the prospect of silver being very high priced in 2024 a possibility?
Okay, so is is silver going to go up in price in 2024, basically? Okay.
Basically, yes.
So,
Much.
Magic Yoda, is the prospect of silver being priced high in 2024 a possibility? So let's find out what Magic Yoda has to say about that. Is silver going to shoot the moon this year or will it remain reasonably priced? Let's have a look. Here we go. Magic Yoda says, oh, he's got a thumbs up on that one. Silver's going high this year. You've heard it here first, guys. This guy never gets it wrong.
You heard it here first. Yep, back the trucks up.
That's it, absolutely. Buy it while you can. And we did see, I know this probably doesn't mean a lot to the American viewers out there, but we did see silver hit over £20 an ounce over here in the UK this week.
Uh, you know, we went over 25 again here. So and it's been, even with the pullbacks that it's had, it's been staying above the, like right in the 24, $23, 23.50 area. So, back before, it may have hit 25 and then gone back down to 21, 22, lower. I think we have a new bottom um, for silver as far as that goes. But and I was talking to Two Brothers Stacking earlier. I think that there's a reason for that, and I think part of it is the manipulation of the Western markets. But eventually it's gonna bust loose. It has to be considered. I think more and more people are thinking of it as hedge, you know, for inflation and a monetary replacement. I think more and more people are thinking that, and if that is the case, then I do believe that it could go. It'll stay up in the $25 to $30 range.
Yeah.
The new base is established. Instead of back into the teens, it may be a $20, $21 base.
I just want to go to a question that Tuli's asked, and she said, "My question is, who is Baby Yoda's mother?" Well, we can do a little bit of detective work here. Actually, we can kind of work this out because, as any Star Wars fan will know, we've only ever seen one male of Yoda's species, and we've only ever seen one female member of Yoda's species, which was a lady that was on the Jedi Council, sorry, called Yaddle. So I would put it to you all that the parents of Grogu, i.e., Baby Yoda, have got to be Yoda and Yaddle because we've never ever seen a different member of that species. So surely it's got to be Yoda and Yaddle. I'm putting it out there.
Yoda
There
Mama.
we go. That's it. 100%. Here's a great question from Scott Silver. He said, "If this is one part for me and one part for you. So the part for me is if a US Mint approached me to design a coin representing what the USA means to you, what would you choose?" And that's a very difficult one. That's a great question. That is, Scott Silver. So, what does the USA mean to me? I mean, it's the land of the free, home of the brave, as they like to say. I don't know. I think the Liberty Bell, is I'd like to see something like that on there. Maybe on one side you'd have the American Eagle, on the other side you'd have the Liberty Bell, something like that. I'm not entirely sure. But it is a really good question. The question to you is the same question, but if the Royal Mint approached you to design a coin representing what the UK means to you, what would you choose and why?
Oh my, well. Obviously, it would have to have a crown. Um, uh, I think they're right on with the design with the four shields. Uh,
Yeah.
it would definitely have to have a crown um, and the four shields as representation. Although I don't know what kind of topic that is these days. It is the United Kingdom and has been since I've been alive. But um, it would have to be it would have to be something like that. I
Hmm.
I think it would be a crown and a uh, the four shields. I like it. Possibly. Um, uh, I think a lot of people do a lot, associate a lot. You guys have been around a very long time, and I might have to say something too about where if I were to say uh, armor. Um, would you think of a knight? What country would you think of a knight as being from? like a King Arthur kind of
Yeah,
thing.
and it's great. Great question. A lot of people would think UK. I mean, another country that springs to mind when I think of knights is Germany. They had a lot of chivalric code in Germany as well, and it was throughout Europe as well. You had a lot of knights in France as well. But the quintessential knight, I think a lot of people do think of Britain, and I think the story of Camelot and King Arthur goes probably a long way towards that.
Hmm.
Oh,
And
100%.
yeah,
Uh,
I mean, I think a great design would be the sword in the stone. That's
yeah.
uh,
But, well, the thing about that is, you know where the story of the sword in the stone comes from?
well, isn't that from King Arthur's youth
No,
when he was
no, it
no?
was added.
Disney has lied to us for the all these
Oh
years.
yeah, every single time they've released something, they've lied to us. No, but the
Yeah.
Sword of the Stone it was adapted into the story of King Arthur. Now, the original story of King Arthur, Arthur got the sword from the Lady in the Lake. She gave Arthur the sword. Now, there's a church in France which literally has a sword in a stone, just like the story, and it's believed that that was the inspiration of the sword in the stone being added to the story of King Arthur, where the person who was able to take the sword from the stone would be crowned ruler and king. But in the original stories of King Arthur, he received this sword from the Lady in the Lake.
I seem to recall that in reading. However, um, that's interesting. Still in my mind,
Yeah.
uh, in my mind, it's part of the King Arthur.
Yes.
I'd have
Yeah.
to that aspect.
It's become synonymous with it. It has now, especially from the Disney production, Sword of the Stone, etc. 100%. I just want to say a massive welcome to Stephen with the Freeze for the Ease. Great to have you here. I just want to let you know that KYH has been flying the banner for the North so well tonight, Stephen. You'd be so proud of that guy. You really would. He's been fighting of a good fight for the North today. And to answer KYH, just under 5 minutes, mate. He's got 15 minutes left with us, but we do the duck race at 9 p.m. So in a few minutes' time, we'll be doing the duck race and hopefully finding ourselves a winner. Just want to let people know that I'm out of channel stickers at the moment, so I'm going to be ordering some new ones tomorrow. So it'll probably have to wait until the sticker arrives before I can post it out. But I will also tonight in honour of having the great Cranky. I nearly called you Stanky Cracker again. Sorry, Cranky. I'm going to be Stanky Cracker. I do apologise.
You would be. I've been called worse.
Yeah, but I'm going to be throwing in a Cranky Stacker logo. So you've got the Stacker Social logo, the Backyard Bully and TSC 1 gram bar, the Stacker Social poker chip, the TSC poker chip, the TSC sticker when I get the new ones through, and also a Cranky Stacker sticker as well. So we'll be doing that in a few minutes, and it's always a lot of fun to do the duck races. Yes, MSJ said he's glad Stephen finally got his letter, so that's brilliant. Blistering Barnacles is steering that pot by saying Robin Hood is from Nottingham, and the main competitor against that is now in the house, the great Stephen with the freeze for the E's. KYH has said Robin Hood is from Leeds. Leeds, stop lying. I'm pretty sure that Robin Hood is probably from Whitby, because that's definitely where Robin Hood Bay is found. So who knows? But I know I'm gonna agree with Blistering Barnacles. And Robin Hood is from Nottingham. He didn't just do his robbing in Nottingham. He was from Nottingham, and just because some film once called him Robin of Locksley doesn't mean anything. And there's Silverpunk with Locksley. Stephen straight in there with Robin Hood is from Sheffield. This is it's never gonna end. We'll never come to terms with this one. No, Robin Hood is from Skegness. There you go. Absolutely. Who knows? Nobody knows. Robin Hood is from London from 365 Days of Silver. He could well be. We don't know. But I'm personally gonna stick with Blistering Barnacles and say, don't take our heritage away from us. It's all we've got. Robin Hood is from Nottingham. There's a place in Leeds called Robin Hood, for goodness sake. Yeah, well, it may well be, but it doesn't mean that's where he's from, buddy. There's a lot of things called Robin Hood in Nottingham. There's a lot of pubs, a lot of streets, a lot of places. Stop nicking our, you stop nicking our legend, Stephen. It's what you're doing. Tooley Tooley's voting Nottingham, so that's great. Do you know when I went to America? I kept saying to people would ask me where I'm from, and I'd tell them Nottingham, and nobody would know. It's like they'd look at me perplexed, as if to say, "Where's Nottingham?" And the only thing I'd say to everyone is, Robin Hood, and they'd be like, "Oh yes, of course, yes, Nottingham, Robin Hood." So there you go. That's speaks volumes for it. There's a Robin Hood Road in London. Yeah, well, it may well be. It doesn't mean that's where he's from, though, buddy. Proper North spelled Norf. Love that one. Low for Sheffield. Stephen's brought his reinforcements with him. We've got Low for Sheffield in here. The Northern Army is standing strong right now. We've got just about 1 minute to go till 9 o'clock. So guys, do me a favour and please only put it in there once, because if you put it in there more than once, I get really confused and it makes my life a nightmare. But if you would be kind enough to go ahead and pop the word duck in the chat. We're just about to start tonight's duck race to find our winner of the channel pieces, including the Cranky Stacker sticker. So yes, all you need to do to be entered into this duck race is to put the word duck, just like Silverpunk has put there. So Silverpunk is going to be duck number 1, Small Stack Bullying is number 2, CY Sterling number 3, KYH just trying to be different with Goose. I will take that, that's fine. All right, he's put duck there, so that's going to start confusing me already. But yeah, we'll give people a couple of minutes just to put ducks in. Sorry, buddy, you broke up there a little bit.
It's spelled just like it sounds.
It is, yeah. DUCK. But we've got all the ducks coming through, so while they're coming through, I'm going to count up how many we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is MSJ. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We're up to 18 at the moment. If you're still a little bit of time, if anyone wants to put duck in there, and depending on which order you put in. So as I say, Silverpunk's going to be duck number 1, and then Small Stack's going to be duck number 2, etc., etc. So all you have to do to be in your chance to win this week's giveaway is just pop the word duck in the chat right now. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19. We're on to 19 with McDonald Bullion. Last call for the duck race. If anyone wants to be in the duck race, this is your last chance. You just need to put the word duck into the comments, and we'll get that started. While we're waiting for that to happen, Cranky, as you're the guest, you get to choose how long the duck race is going to be on for. So if you'd like to let me know.
I think we did it 90 seconds last time, and you were pretty winded, were you not?
It doesn't matter.
Shall we do 60
It doesn't matter how long it is. I always get winded with them, mate.
But your commentary is marvelous. Let's do a 60-second one. Let's not keep them waiting.
No worries. Durbin's not my friend. He wants me to comment for 4 hours on a duck race. So, yeah. But 60 seconds is fine. That's no problem. I was lucky enough to win last week, maybe 2 in a row. Left my LMAO from MSJ. Yes, your bits are on the post to you, MSJ. They got sent off to you this week, mate. So you should hopefully receive them very soon. And, yeah, I can't wait to see you receive that, mate. So I'm just going to double check because I think I miscounted there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah. Okay, so we've got 18 in the duck race. So pretty good odds. Oh no, 19 because we've just had APM is just joined last minute there. So yeah, 100%. So that's back up to 19. I'll double check that just so we're not missing anyone else. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 with APM. Brilliant. Okay, so let's get over to the duck race. You're going to see my my OBS studio very, very briefly while we go work our way over to the duck race, but we'll get that sorted very quickly. Cranky, we've got you on the desktop, so we'll still be able to hear you. But here we go. We've got the duck race. Here we go. So we've got to want to clear that. Put 1 minute on the timer. It was 19, wasn't it? Because APM joined. So we've got 19 there. Okay, so we'll set that. That's not a bad looking mixture of ducks, but we'll shuffle it a couple of times. I'm actually tempted to keep this. What do you think, Cranky? We've got Donald Duck or Trump Duck. We've got King Duck, Princess Duck, Punk Duck. We've got Bat Duck, Surgeon Duck. I think this is a good group, isn't it? The only person we haven't got in here is Wiggy, unfortunately, and as you probably know, Wiggy is one of my favourite ducks. But we do have some great ducks. We've even got we've got Space Duck and Alien Duck in here. So I think we're going to stick with these ones. So, Cranky, as you're the guest, you get to say go. If you can count down from 3, as soon as you say go, I'm going to start the duck race. And they're off, and straight away it's Top Hat Duck that's looking very frisky right now, but King Duck is very closely behind him, followed by Heart Duck and Surgeon Duck. But number 15, Top Hat Duck, is the strong guy right now. We've got in the back, we've got Alien Duck at the very last, we've got Bat Duck right back there. Punk Duck is not looking too good, nor is Spaceman Duck, and Spaceman Duck is normally a very, very strong competitor in these races. But right now, I was just about to say it was Heart Duck, but Heart Duck is pulling back, and we have Plain Duck as well coming out in the front, but pulling back. King Duck is the king of a race right now as we've just passed the halfway line, but Donald Trump Duck is catching him up very, very closely. And there we, Trump Duck is falling back as well. We've got Plain Duck number 16 in the lead right now with the last 20 seconds to go. Whose race is it going to be? We will find out in exactly 15 seconds. But right now it is Plain Duck number 4, and Plain Duck number 4 has got that finish line in her eyes as we come up to the last 10 seconds of the race. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be number 4? No, it's not. Number 4 is falling back. Heart Duck. Oh no, it's Trump Duck. Trump Duck. It's Trump Duck has taken it. There we go. Number 10, Trump Duck has won the race. So I'm going to go back on that, and we'll get the live stream back up. Here we go. There we go. Well done.
Welcome to the United States elections.
Absolutely. I'm getting black screen there.
It's a freaking duck race.
Oh, it was a black screen for everybody. Why I saw that when I came back, so I don't know why that happened. What should we do?
So do we have a stolen duck race now?
I don't know. Let me know. Should I redo the race or?
Oh, that well, it would depend on who. I'd say you make the call on.
Well, it wasn't MSJ. I apologise. I did say you were duck number 10, but that's because I was counting KYH's goose in there. So if you go back and look at the chart, duck number 1 was Silverpunk, number 2 was Small Stack Bullion, CY was 3, Ninja Wingnut was 4, James Elliott 5, Durban was 6, KYH 7, Luke 8. MSJ 9, and it's Stephen God's Money that was number 10. And the reason I got that wrong is because the goose. This is why I only want people to put duck one time, because I do get really, really confused with it. So,
what was the prize on that?
It's my channel pieces, the Stacker Social sticker, the Cranky Stacker sticker, and the poker chips, etc. Stephen's God Money says, God's Wrath TSC, don't nick Robin Hood.
All right. I say you let that stand.
And we do another one.
Yeah. That would be my opinion, and I will. Let's see, what can we do here? I will send a Morgan dollar to you.
Oh, you don't have to do that
for the winner of this.
Are you sure, buddy? You don't have to do that. I can rerun another one. It's no problem.
They're patient enough to get it. Yes, we'll do this one. We'll do this one. Hang on. Now, you know what? Let's do it for a cowboy
I'm
round.
gonna do that in
Um,
future, MSJ. I'm gonna be checking that the chat can see before we start the race next time. I can't see the chat, unfortunately. So what I'm gonna need you to do, Cranky, is when we rerun it, I'm gonna need you to let me know that people can see it on YouTube before I start the race. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do that from now on, MSJ, because I'm when I came back to the OBS studio, I saw it was a black screen. But unfortunately, at that point, the duck race had ended. So we'll. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do that, mate?
shall we do it for a shall we do it for a Morgan or a cowboy round?
That's completely down.
Did you say you're gonna?
That's completely down to you, Cranky. I mean, you don't need to put anything up if you don't want to, buddy. But
Let's do a let's do a cowboy round.
right.
Let me. Does everybody know what they look like?
Um,
Now you know what? Let's do a Morgan. Let's do a Morgan. I got one right here. 1921. How's that?
that
We'll do
that's
that.
very generous of you. I will make sure. What I'll do, Cranky, is if you're putting a Morgan dollar in, I'm going to sort out a nice old silver crown to send you to say thank you for putting that in, mate.
Now you don't have to do that, but yeah, if they're patient enough, and we can get it. We can get it to them. We've got a 1921 Morgan. How's that?
That's very generous of you, buddy. You'll also get a Cranky Stacker sticker, a Stack Chat sticker, Stacker Social sticker, the poker chips, etc. So yeah, that's very very kind of you. I can send the Cranky Stacker sticker if you want, buddy, because you were generous enough to send me a few of them. The winner, Ellie Armst, was Stephen with the freeze for the ease.
Stephen won.
Yes, the Northerner, Stephen with the freeze
Good
for the
man.
ease.
Good man. I like Stephen. Thanks for being here today.
Absolutely. Right, because you're putting it up, buddy. What should we do? Should we get people to put duck in the comments again, or should we use the rerun with the same original list?
Um, let's let's just use the same list.
Same list.
Save
So
you
19 people.
save
Yeah.
us, yeah.
Okay.
But let's clarify who's who here.
Right. Okay. So I'll do a name call on the list because obviously I made that mistake with MSJ being 10 previously. But we have Silver Punk is duck number 1, Small Stack Bullying duck number 2, CY Sterling is duck number 3, Ninja Wingnut is duck number 4, James Elliott is duck number 5. Durbin is duck number 6. KYH Stacking is duck number 7. Luke is duck number 8. My Silver Journey is duck number 9. Stephen God's Money is duck number 10. Darth Precious Metals is duck number 11. Lee Parola is 12. Loafer Sheffield is 13. Blistering Barnacles is 14. Tuli is 15. James Reel is 16. Ellie Armst is 17. McDonald Bullion is 18, and then APM was 19. So they're the 19 ducks in the race. So this is incredibly generous of Cranky. I'm happy enough to put a piece of old pre-decimal silver in. If you don't want to do the Morgan, mate, it's completely up to you.
It's right here.
Okay, buddy. Well, that's very generous of you, Cranky. Thank you so much, my friend. So, right, we're going to transition back over to the duck race in a second. I know people are saying they didn't hear you join the race either, but I'm pretty sure that was purely because you weren't saying much in there. But we'll make sure everyone can hear everyone, and we'll do a check before we start the race. Don't worry about that, guys. So we're going to fade over to the duck race right now. Cranky, I need you to let me know. Can you see the duck race on YouTube?
I do not see it.
You should.
I have a split screen with you.
Can you
and
see
I.
you can still see the chat on YouTube though, can't you?
Yes,
Okay.
I can.
Can everyone let us know? Make sure you're up to speed and you're not behind with the lag or anything. But you should be able to see the duck race now. Just let let us know in the chat. And Cranky, say something for the chat, buddy.
Testing. Hello, hello. The duck race
Brilliant.
is about to
Brilliant.
start.
So if everyone in the chat could just let us know, 1, that you can see the duck race, and 2, that you can hear Cranky. And we're just waiting for people to let us know in the chat.
Yeah.
What did you say, buddy?
Ellie Armst. I was saying hello.
Okay. Have they let us know if they can see the duck race yet?
I am getting.
Let's have a look. I'll just go into the chat.
I got that.
Yes. We've got a yes, all good. Yes, all good. Okay, brilliant. So people can see the chat. They can hear you. So we've got a new set of ducks. I love this set as well. We've got unicorn duck, builder duck, princess duck, astronaut duck, punks there again, old man duck. We've got 2 old man ducks by the looks of things. So we've got beefeater duck, top hat duck. This is a good selection. So Cranky, when you're ready, give me a countdown from 3, and as soon as you say go, I will start the race, and we will get this thing started.
To your marks. Get set. 3, 2, 1.
There we go, and they are off, and straight away it is pretty much neck and neck as they come out the gate. But Unicorn Duck is starting to take the early lead right there. Is that going to be ominous when we get to the back end of the race? We don't know. We will find out later on in the race. We're coming up to the first quarter of the race gone. Unicorn Duck is still looking strong. Monarch Duck is up there with them, but pulling back now. Oh my God, I didn't notice him before, but we have Wiggy in the ways. What is Wiggy going to do? He's my number 1 favourite duck, and he is a strong competitor, but he is pulling back now, and it is still Unicorn Duck in the lead, with Princess Duck and Plain Duck number 14 just behind her. Beefeater Duck is catching up very nicely with the 2 Old Men Duck looking pretty much neck and neck. Old Man Duck number 2 is catching up to Old Man Duck number 1, but it's all changed as we're coming into the last final 15 seconds of the race. Yet Unicorn Duck, incredibly, is still out there in the front. Number 13 looking for some, and Unicorn Duck has been the strong competitor all the way through this race when we're coming up to the final 5 seconds race. Oh, here he is. Come on, Wiggy. Come on, baby. You know you got it. And it is going to be Wiggy's taking the race once again. Number 17. Well done, Wiggy. Here we go.
Well done, Wiggy.
I'm telling you that.
Did you not say that was one of your favorite ducks?
Wiggy is a strong competitor, buddy. He really is, and we'll get you back over there now. So that's incredible. There we go.
I don't want to hear anybody from the U.S. contingency saying rigged.
No, that can't. No, it's not rigged. We've done two now. So I do apologise about the first one, and let's just have a quick look. He was number 17, and let's have a quick look here. Where are we? Where's the ducks? I've got to go back so far in the chat now. Here we go. APM was 18. Oh, I've got Ellie Arms, number 17. Congratulations.
Number 17, Ellie Arms?
Ellie, if you want...
Congratulations.
Absolutely, 100%. Ellie, if you want to email me at the email address in the description of this video, which is statcollectorcnb@gmail.com, email me your details and we'll get the pieces sent out from both myself and Cranky. So massive congratulations on winning that, Ellie. Very well done indeed. Darth Pressmetals is saying definitely fixed, lol, and I promise you they aren't. I'm not brave enough to fix these races because the flashback I would get from the chat is just not worth it. So no, you did win, Stephen. You won the first race. You won the channel bits and the Cranky Stacker sticker. Pretty much stuff you've already got because I sent it you as a mail call. But you do also get the Stacker Social sticker and the Stacker Social poker chip and the Cranky Stacker sticker, as well as the TSC 1 gram bar. So don't worry. The second race doesn't replace the first race. It's in addition to the first race because Stephen, duck number 10, did genuinely win that race. I know people couldn't see it, but he legitimately won that one. So it would be unfair unfair to not give him the prize. But yeah, so we've got two winners tonight. One of which is Stephen God's Money, and the other one is Ellie Arms. So it's in the description of the video, but it's Stack Collector CNB, which is Stack Collector C for Charlie, N for November, B for Bravo at gmail.com. So if you just pop me your details over. Well, there's the TSC bar, which has been poured by BYB, Stephen. Yes, mate. But if you don't want it, just let me know, and well, I'll include that in the stuff that Ellie won as well. But it's completely down to you, mate, because you did win that fair and square. Silverpunk, did you see my? Oh, okay, sorry, that's just still Silverpunk. So, guys, I do apologise about that. I think I know what I did wrong. I think I clicked on the fade to black transition instead of the fade transition, because we're right next to each other. So yeah, at least I know what I did wrong, and I can only apologise about that. But as we said, we've done the second race, and Cranky, I'm going to have to send something out to you to say thank you for putting the Morgan up, mate. That's just too generous of you, buddy.
Not necessary.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. It's a very, very wonderful thing for you to have done. Kiwi out. Sorry, guys, got to go. Technical difficulties and dinner time. Date night. Oh, well done, Mr. Kiwi. I hope the date night goes very, very well, mate. So yeah, congratulations on that, and yeah, you have a wonderful time. TSC, I have one. Let someone else have it. That's fantastic, mate. I'll still send you the stanky cracker. I'll still send you the stanky cracker sticker, and if you haven't got, I don't think you've got the Stackers Social sticker and poker chip yet, so I'll still send you those. But the stuff you haven't got, we'll send those over to Ellie Armst, who won the second race. But that's very, very generous of you there, Stephen, buddy. We've got a lot of KYH is off as well. He did let us know that he was going to be going just after the duck race, so thanks for joining us, KYH, mate. It's brilliant to have you here. I'm very glad you like the logo I put together for you today. It's fantastic to see that on the channel already. So, as I say, thank you for joining us. So, yeah, no, what a wonderful night we're having so far. I'm having so much fun, Cranky. It is brilliant. Thank you so much for coming over and having such a good laugh with us tonight.
Thanks for having me. And I, I'm going to have some Stanky Cracker stickers made now.
We'll have to do you a second logo for the Stanky Cracker.
I'll leave that to your design.
Yeah, absolutely. 365's letting us know he's got to jump off as well, because yeah, if you are a regular to the Stack Chats, you will know that 365 has to get up at ridiculously early on a Sunday morning. Sorry, so yeah, I completely understand you having to jump off, mate. But thank you to everyone who has joined us up to yet, and if you are having to leave us, then I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. So thank you so much, and had a lot of fun. Thank you all. Well, I'm very glad you did, Ellie, and as I say, a massive congratulations on winning that second race there. So brilliant. Oh yes, Stephen, I got it today, mate. Thank you. I was actually going to ring you today, but I've been so busy doing things today, I didn't have a chance. But I was going to ring you to try and confirm you coming on for hopefully the 27th of April. For the Stack Chat, and let you know that I did get the package today as well. So thank you so much for sending that over. I picked up another couple of the Uno and the Lion bars from Stephen, because he was doing them at a great price. So I'm now up to 4 Uno and the Lions, and I'm massively regretting not getting another one to make it 5. But yeah, thank you for sorting that out. He's been sending some, just like yourself, Cranky, he's been sending some wonderful pieces of silver as well. Nitekri has said, "Oh man, missed." We do the giveaway every single week. We try and get it as close to 9 p.m. as possible. So if you have missed out this week, don't worry. You'll have another chance if you're able to join us next week and around 9 p.m. and we'll find a new winner every single week. It's just a little bit of fun I like to have on these stack chats. And there we go. Stephen is confirmed for the 27th of April, so that is April fully booked up. The lineup for April is going to be Small Stack Bullion on the, I think it's the 6th, isn't it? The first Saturday in April. Let's have a quick look here. So we've got Small Stack Bullion on the 6th. We've got KYH coming on the 13th. We've got Cobra Stacker coming on the 20th. And Stephen with the Freeze for the Ease is going to be joining me on the 27th. So that's absolutely fantastic to know. I'm really looking forward to each and every single one of those chats to come up. But if you would like to be on the chat, on the live with me for a chat in May, then let me know, because I need to get May booked up, and we don't have anyone booked in as of yet for May. So if you do want to come on and join me, as I said before, you don't even have to be a creator. Just be somebody in the community, and you're more than welcome to come on and join me. So let me know. Get at me either by email or Discord, or even direct message me on Telegram. However you want to do it, that would be absolutely brilliant. Giveaway is fun, but I enjoy the crazy chat. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I love the chat we do on these Saturday night live chats. We're going to be going down Conspiracy Corner soon, but I think a nice little segue to get us in there would maybe be, let's talk about prepping for a little bit, Cranky, because Luke's literally just put no flat earth tonight at TSC. As I've just said, we're going to be going down Conspiracy Corner soon, so don't worry, Luke, it is to come. But Cranky, you're a prepper, aren't you, mate? You're a bit of a hardcore prepper. Would that be fair?
I wouldn't define myself as a hardcore prepper. I'm serious.
Compared to us here in the UK, you are.
Compared, unfortunately, to a lot of people in the world. I mean, especially in the Western world. When the government comes out and says, I think you should have X number of days of water and X number of days of food, and hey, stock some medical things, I just think that people, really, we've been insulated from a lot of things, and if the government's saying, this might be a good idea, you're probably too late.
Yeah.
I've always been one to, it's just in my nature to be ready for anything. And although I'm not where I'd like to be, I think I'm doing fairly well. That's a large part of my stacking.
Yeah. Serious question. Now, this might be a little bit controversial, but how much do you think gold or silver would actually play a part? So let's say society collapse. It could be an EMP, it could be a mass coronal ejection, or more than likely the zombie apocalypse, which we all know is coming at some point, sooner rather than later. How much do you think your gold and silver is going to help you in that situation?
Are you talking sudden collapse?
I'm saying
and complete?
Yeah.
Gradual.
Let's say
if it's a sudden collapse, if you don't have food, water, and freedom pills, aka bullets, nothing's going to do you any good. Gold and silver will not play a factor. The gold and silver then will be water and food and fire.
I agree.
And that's it.
Yeah. But
So,
like you've alluded to with your answer right there, a semi-collapse, so things have started to go a bit bad. I think that's the kind of situation it's really going to help you in. If there's still some kind of remnants of society, but for whatever reason the economy's collapsed, the dollar's worth nothing. I think that's the kind of situation where gold and silver is really going to help. What do you?
I think that's very true. I mean, even given whatever situation happens in a even an EMP or something like that, even fiat money is going to cash will be king for a short period, in my opinion. Then
we will get into the real money of gold and silver, and that's why I have always been a real big fan of
Yeah.
fractionals. Um, you can give somebody in given a situation, you can give them you know you can give them a silver shilling, or you can give them a silver dollar. It's I think the fractional is going to play a part given any importance at all of having
Yeah,
cash.
yeah, I think that's a great answer. I do think it's a great answer, and I'm with you very much. I think me personally, I think everybody should prep to an extent, whether or not it's having a few, like you said, having so much bottled water available, because you know it's the rules of freeze. You can survive 3 minutes without air. You can survive, 3 hours without shelter, depending on the climate that you're in. If it's extremely hot or extremely cold, you look, without shelter, you could die within 3 hours. But you can survive 3 days without water, which is a very short period of time. And let's be honest with you, after a couple of days without water, you're going to be heavily dehydrated. And so I think water's very, very important to stock up on. I found one of your recent videos extremely interesting when you showed your water collection system.
Yeah, I maybe that may be one of the most important things to me is, I've got a store of bottled and contained and that type of water, but I've also you know when you run out of bottled water, what do you do then?
Yeah,
I look at things not only as being a shutdown for a week or a few months or something, but if it's years, you better have a plan on how to sustain
yeah,
your life, not just keep it.
yeah.
And I think it's a really important thing, and it's actually shown me kind of how much freedom we've already given back or given away over here, and they're somewhere between, I can't remember whether it's 5 or 7 states in the U.S., Wyoming being one of them, that it's illegal to catch
Yeah, I
rainwater.
was I was actually going to bring that
Um,
up because I remember hearing that in your video, which it shocked me as soon as you said it. I was like, we can't, it's rainwater. What the hell? But then it made a lot of sense to me because you start thinking about the water course and the rain having to flow down the water course to replenish things like local ponds, municipal water supplies, that kind of thing. And if everyone was collecting rainwater, it could maybe have an effect on that. So it did make a little bit of sense to me. But I was very shocked to hear that there are rules against collecting rainwater in certain areas in the states.
well, that's a really good point that you bring up, and I try and temper everything. I have a very different, uh, unique perspective on things, and when you get right down to it, and this is absolute bottom line for me, all of this and all of the food and the water and the shelter and the fire fixings and all that sort of thing, all of that is important, but none of it means a thing. I mean, at some point in time, we have to count on God, and this is my opinion, and I live in the grace of God every day, and uh, I really, I know there are some who believe and some who don't. That's fine, and I don't worry about hurting anybody's feelings because I know what's true in my
Yeah.
life,
Uh,
and I
this,
think that by the grace of God, any of us are going to
yes.
survive. Is where
And
it's
that
at.
that
I think we're being called to have trust in Him again. you
Well,
know.
yeah, I mean, I was going to say Blistering Barnacles has put a very great comment on there. We've had some fantastic comments. Luke's put some great comments in. Nicote's put some great comments in there. But going on what you're saying about the grace of God, now, it doesn't matter if you're religious or not, you know. When Cranky's saying the grace of God, it relates to what Blistering Barnacles just said, where he says some places have very little water. And that grace of God means, you know, how long is it going to be until it rains next? How, you know, if you're in an area where you know, you have a drought, that can be very serious, especially in this kind of situation. You know, if you're in a mild climate where there's, you know, water's not that difficult to get hold of, you're okay. But not everywhere is like that. You know, places like the Nevada desert, you can go quite a long time without getting the rainfall that you may need. You know what I mean? So I think that's very much where you're getting from with the grace of God kind of thing, isn't it? You know, you're relying on the
Yeah, I mean, if God, if your God isn't big enough to make it snow in the desert, then your God ain't big enough. You know, personally, for me, my God is big enough to there's little miracles that happen around us every
yes,
day, and to think that just by grace something so under you know, not even conceivable can happen. It can, and I honestly believe that that's where, you know, we all live in a state of
yeah,
grace. But uh I'm not saying I want it to go down to something like that. You know, I don't need to be proven right or wrong, but um, I firmly believe that you know, God's a good God, and you identify God as how you will. I know my God is who I know He is. Um,
and that's fair points.
but
Everybody is entitled to their own beliefs. I absolutely agree with that. I have faith. I do have faith. For me, I don't like necessarily the, you know, the scriptures, and I don't necessarily believe, you know, tie into the scriptures. But I have faith, and I have belief in a higher being, 100%.
and that's part of your
Yeah,
journey, you know. Um, because you know nobody walks the same path as you and has or will, and I can I can only relate what's happened as I've walked my
yeah,
path. And you know, for me, that the truth has been proven out. And you know, there's good, there's evil,
yes,
and to 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 disqualify one or the other, I think, is foolish,
yeah.
because they're both
Yeah,
out there.
yeah. Well, and the
And
point I'm making is, you know, when you look at um, how am I best to say this? You know, when you look at pigeonholing those different beliefs, like, you know, you've got Christianity, Islam, Judaism, etc., etc. I don't necessarily tie into the actual religions themselves. I have more of a faith in a higher being, in a God, which my concern about it is, you know, the religions, they can be changed by the word of man very easily. And if you look at the Bible, for an example, now the Bible was before we go into this any further, I just want to say good night to James Reel, who's let us know that he's got to go. He said, "Got to go, peeps. I love you all, and so does God." And that's a wonderful statement to make, mate. But as we're saying, my concern is, you know, you look at the Bible for example. Now that was translated into English by King James, and at the time it was translated into English, King James had a lot of sway as to what was and what was not included in the actual written words, if you know what I mean. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, you can have that belief in a God, in a higher power, a bit like what Emma Sage just said, yeah, holy but not religious. And yeah, that's kind of where I put myself as, you know, I believe there's a God out there. Like you said, I believe there's powers of good and evil. I think you can have that faith and you can have those beliefs without considering yourself to be this type of religion or that type of religion. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's proven out in how you live your life. You know, Um, we can all choose to go one way or the other, and how you live your life is the best example of what you believe to be true
Yeah,
or not
yeah,
true. And by the way, the King James version is one of the worst
yeah.
translations from original texts ever
Yeah,
done.
yeah, and that's what I
But
mean. That's one of my problems with it. You know what I mean? It's
I urge you to go to a different translation.
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
But it's live your life, and for crying out loud, be kind.
Yeah, yeah,
And it doesn't mean to take kindness as weakness. It is absolutely is not. There is absolute right and absolute wrong. And if someone is doing absolute wrong to you and it threatens your life, and I believe wholeheartedly that you have not only the right but the responsibility to look out for yourself and your family and friends, and up to and including lethal force.
mhm,
Um, it it's just a fact that there are evil things that people do, and sometimes the only way to combat that is you know
yeah.
do what you have to
Yeah, it's
do.
like Darth has just
But
said in the chat. He said, unfortunately, Constantine decided what was introduced into the Bible and what was left out. And yeah, once again, Constantine, being the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, had a lot of sway. Once again, of what was included and what was not included into the actual scriptures as well. And another interesting thing is, if you look at Judaism, if you look at Christianity, and if you look at Islam, they literally all worship the same God. They all worship the same being. It's the, you know, um, uh, Muhammad is a pro.
well,
Sorry, mate, go on.
even the Muslim recognize Christ as a
Yes,
prophet.
they
I
just
mean,
say that
but
Muhammad replaced him as a prophet, and so to and that
it's split off Jacob and Ishmael,
yeah.
I believe, and that's where the two factions come
Yeah,
from.
100%. And that ties into what I'm saying. Where they're all saying there's one God, but you've got different ways of how to worship that God and different ways of how to live your life. And I think those are what a lot of time are changed by different people with different political ideals and they've got things to gain out of it.
Gen,
Sorry, buddy. You say
yeah,
yeah. So
I just said put political
yes,
agendas and corruption, and it's a human
yes.
trait, and that's been a good thing that we all have free will because we can choose which way we want to
Yeah.
go, and that makes a big difference. It's made a difference in the
Yeah,
world. So
but the
that was that.
fundamentals of it. I tie into like what you said. Be a good person. Treat others as you would have them treat yourself. Like Luke was saying about karma and things like that. I believe in that, and that's why I consider myself to be more of a man of faith than a man of religion, because I believe God is good. I believe God wants us to. I do personally believe that God doesn't have too much to do with the ins and outs of day-to-day life, and I think that's by intent. God gave us free will, and a byproduct of giving us free will is a lot of the times we have to deal with our own trials and tribulations. God won't always come to the aid of people. On the smaller scale of things, if you know what I mean. I think a lot of that is left up to the people, and that's intentional. Um, so it's
And that,
sorry, mate, go on.
go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
No,
So a lot of the teachings from the religions, I definitely 100% get behind. But I think we all have a personal relationship with God. And I think God is in all of us, and I think we all know right and wrong. I think that little conscience in the back of your head is representation of God. That little piece of God that's in every single one of us, that every single living being, and I think it does play into it a lot. But I fully understand what you meant earlier when you said by the grace of God, and relying on the grace of God. Yes, to an extent, that's 100% true. But I do think in a lot of instances, we have to. Me personally, I think, I think the test is our time on earth, where this is where we're tested, and I don't think I think one of the reasons, one of the factors behind that is God won't always be there to do things for you, because He wants to see what kind of person. He gives you an opportunity to prove what kind of person you are, if you know what I mean.
Well, then, isn't that sort of in a way being there for you so you can make your own self discovery
Yes.
by not
Yeah. Yeah.
intervening?
100%. 100%. Yeah.
I, I think he's all around us and in everything. And I think sometimes, to not to it's actually proving your point. Sometimes it seems like he's not there, but he is, so that you can discover, you know, it's your
Yes.
journey, and we have free
Yeah.
will. And you know, there's an old Garth Brooks song, "Thank God for Unanswered Prayers," and I, I think that's the tune is, about this young guy that wants to marry his high school sweetheart or whatever, and he runs into her later on in life, and I don't think the years were kind or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of I always thought it was kind of a funny story, but you do have prayers that don't seem to be answered, and it's maybe not the best thing for your course at
I,
that point in
I,
time. And
for me,
that's
for me personally, when it comes to prayers being answered, I don't think prayers are necessarily answered on an individual basis, but are answered more on a wider basis. So, you have people throughout history that they have loved ones that become ill and die through illness. So you've got all these prayers to God for that, and then God's movement is through the discoveries, like penicillin being discovered. How do we know that that wasn't a prayer that was answered, that Alexander Fleming discovered how to create penicillin through mold? That could have been divine inspiration. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely it is, and there's no doubt about that. Things like that. Um, I I just I think I feel a little bit different. I think he answers individual things, and I think that sometimes that he doesn't answer. And there again, I get back to, uh, thank goodness for living in a period of grace. There's there are people, I'm sure, that have made that final discovery of just how what kind of person they are and what kind of God there is, in the last moments of their
Yeah.
life. Like my brother was totally opposite of me. He and I didn't speak for several years because he thought I was a knucklehead, for my faith. And for a long time after he passed in his sleep, and for a long time after that, I wondered, well, will I see him? Maybe I will, maybe I
Yeah.
won't. But who's to say that he didn't get a tap on the shoulder in the last moments of his life, and hopefully I'll get to see him again. I don't
Yeah.
know. Every man's walk is, it's your journey, and it's between you and God. And I'm kind of glad that you said you're a spiritual man and not a religious man. It's the religious people that killed Jesus Christ, and the ones that he railed about, you know, um, for being thieves and liars and pious
Yeah.
people. And that's not the kind of people we're supposed to
No,
be.
exactly. Yeah.
And
One thing I will say
what?
is, throughout the history of man, there have been many, many a travesty carried out in the name of God, which I know for a fact God would not have been behind.
True, true that. And he's there again, there's the free will and the human factor. We live in a fallen world, in my opinion, and it's it's everything comes around. Everything's going to come around full
Yeah.
circle eventually, and I can only pray for enlightenment for a lot of people
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, myself included. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get that 100%. And, we all have our own beliefs. And one thing I do like to say on the channel is everybody is entitled to their own belief. It doesn't matter what they believe, you're entitled to that. And I have like I say myself, I have my own personal beliefs. And, it comforts me to think of a higher power being out there. And a lot of things like you said there, mate. So 100%. But to lighten the tone just a little bit, what shape is the Earth? Is it round or is it flat?
Oh, I mean, look at the pictures. It's round. Now, even if that's just a disc, that's round.
I like it. Yeah,
Um,
like Cranky's just said, it's round,
I mean, you're both
but it's
right.
also
It's
flat,
flat.
just like a pizza. And I know
It's
because I've eaten one.
also round. Yeah, and what I'm having tonight, as a matter of fact, with little round pepperonis on it.
I love
Um,
it.
but eventually, you put them in the heat there in the oven, and they kind of curl up. So are they flat pepperonis, or are they?
Exactly, exactly. Who knows? Nobody knows.
There you go.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, it's a wonderfully fun topic. I mean, it wouldn't matter to me one way or the other. It really wouldn't. I don't personally care if it's a flat disc or a
Yeah,
globe. It wouldn't make any.
that's the thing. Who
Yeah.
cares? I mean, what? Just can you do anything about it
No,
one way or the
no,
other?
exactly. You
No.
can't. But for one
Yeah.
reason, that
But it's fun to argue about.
Yeah, it definitely is fun to argue about it, but it does make me think, why would they lie about the shape of a globe? What purpose would it serve to say it's a globe if it's actually flat or vice versa? So yeah, I mean, I do tie myself in with mainstream science on that one. It's an oblique spheroid, but then again, I don't
Yeah.
personally know that for a fact. I know that because that's what science has told me. Here we go. Silverpunk's come in.
How would the rules of navigation work if it were flat and not curved?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's one thing that does support it being a globe with flight paths, etc. They would support the fact it's a globe. But Silverpunk's put a
That's
great question in there, mate.
it's wrong.
Here's one for you. Did Jaws' girlfriend have braces in the end of the James Bond film Moonraker?
Oh, did she have
I'm saying yes,
braces?
she did. I'm saying 100%. I don't care what is happening now, but at the end of that film, Jaws smiled to her with his metal teeth, and she smiled back with a mouthful of braces, and I remember that so bloody vividly. I really do.
I believe that's
Yeah,
correct. Yeah.
yeah. But if you watch the film now, if you go back and watch the film now, no braces. It's insane.
Well, okay. There's the cancel culture for you. Is it because she had braces? Would that be a shaming kind of thing
I
nowadays?
don't know. No,
You
but it's not. It's not that
know,
they've changed. It's not that they've gone back and changed the film. It's just that this film has changed now. It's like the line from Star Wars where everybody remembers it. Even the guy who played Darth Vader remembers that line being Luke, I am your father. But if you go and watch the film now,
Mhm.
it says no, I am your father. Like MSJ just said, the Mandela effect. It's absolutely crazy.
It's different. There's another example in a Mel Gibson film, The Patriot.
Oh, I love that film.
You know that's I just watched it again the other day, and if it's on like a streaming or a pay kind of channel, when he's out saving his son,
Heath Ledger,
and
one of his best roles.
whacking the redcoats in the and became the Ghost Man.
Yes.
When he's got that tomahawk on the last soldier down in the river, the original movie, when he came up, he was covered in blood. On network television, it's browned out to look like
Ah,
mud.
okay. Well, that's
That's
probably
the
a change after the fact, which is something that's happened a lot in Star Wars. George Lucas loves to break into the Disney vault and change Star Wars every now and again, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about, because a lot of films are changed from the theatrical release to the general release. One of the reasons for that is because in the theatrical releases we can get away with some things more because you can't pause it or freeze frame it. You sat there in a
right.
cinema and it just flies past. And in the later releases, when it's released on DVD or VH, well, not anymore, but back in the day VHS, you could pause and go frame by frame and frame, and you could slow mo stuff, and it can have a more of an effect. So that's one of the reasons why things are very often changed through theatrical releases to the general release. Other times it's just because the makers don't like certain bits and they change them for when it comes out to DVD. Is it Alien Resurrection, the third one? No, that's the fourth one. Alien Trilogy. That had a very different start. Now, when I remember first watching that film, it was an Angus cow that got infected by the alien and birthed the xenomorph. But then on the general release nowadays, it's a Rottweiler that does it. So it's very often that they do change things from being in the film to being different when it's released. But the Mandela effect is when, like, even the original has changed. Like, it's all completely changed. Like Scott Silver's just said, he would have put money on her having braces. 100%. She had braces. I vividly remember that scene where she smiles back in George, and it's like this moment where it's like she's showing George that it's okay that he's different. It's okay that he's got these metal teeth because she's got a mouthful of metal herself. And that was the wonderful. Thing about it, you know what I mean? So, it's really sticks in my mind, that one does. Silverpunk's just, but I know Silverpunk's a big fan of the Mandela effect. He always puts a load of good ones on there. But the Fruit of the Looms logo, did it have a cornucopia or not?
Yes.
But it didn't. Like we no,
Did it?
no, we remember it having
Never.
a cornucopia, but it doesn't.
Hmm.
And this is what I mean. This is definitely one of the. This is definitely one of the Mandela effects. Like the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia. It's. I absolutely remember a cornucopia being in the Fruit of the Loom. But yeah, no. If you look at the logo, go back and look at the logo. It's just the fruit without the cornucopia.
Hmm. That's
Very
interesting.
interesting.
Stack, can you chat for a little bit? I got to refill my water
Of
here
course I can, buddy.
and stand up. I'll be right
You take as
back.
long as you need, my friend. Yes, it did. I don't care what anyone says. 100% MSJ. 100%. And, it's like that line from The Matrix. What if I told you everything you know is just a lie? It's not in The Matrix anymore. But I vividly remember Morpheus sat there, leaning forward, and then saying to Neo, what if I told you everything you know is just a lie? And I think that's because he knew the Mandela effect was real. You know what I mean? But it's absolutely crazy. Another really good one is the Monopoly Man. Does he have a monocle or not? I mean, so many of us remember the Monopoly Man having a monocle, but he doesn't. It's very, very bizarre. Nickety has just said, just went round and round with the wife about Fruit of the Loom one. Yeah, I know. It's absolutely creepy. It really is. I just remember the creepy mascots in the Fruit of the Loom commercials. Oh, I don't remember them myself. I'll have to Google that and remind myself. Squid Games. Yeah, I've watched Squid Games, buddy. I think Squid Games is a great film, great series. I know they're bringing out number 2 soon, so I can't wait to watch that. MSJ is saying yes, he had one. Well, I would say he had one as well, but apparently not. Kit Kat or Kit Kat? Now, for me, it's Kit Kat with a hyphen. Definitely, 100%. But there are so many Mandela effects. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. I know I said this before, but if anyone's not aware, the reason it's called a Mandela effect is because millions of people remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison. There being a massive procession on broadcasting on live television all around the world, where his wife Winnie Mandela led the procession. But then, obviously, you look back, he didn't die in prison. He was released from prison. So it's absolutely crazy. It really is. You know, there's some that I really get lost in. Biden had the Mandela effect when he met him in a South African prison. I remember, lol, 100%. Want to buy a caravan? Oh, I want to buy a caravan. I love caravans. Caravans are cool. Yes, he had one. Prob just rebranded. No, it's not rebranding. People have gone back and tried to find the Monopoly man with a monocle, and it's just been wiped out from history. It's absolutely insane. It really is. I like when people remember the same as me. I think we're from the same timeline, man. Well, that's meant to be it. It's meant to be a convergence of different timelines and different parallel dimensions converging into one. Whereas, you know, you'll remember some things from the original timeline, some things, you know, things will change, etc., etc. And that's one of the things suggested behind the Mandela effect. If you've got a copy of the board game Monopoly with him having a monocle on it, then, you know, show it to the world, because it would make a lot of us feel a lot better, because, you know, it's crazy. I think there was one guy who got a really old set of Monopoly, and on one of the banknotes he had a monocle on, but on the cover of the board and everything else, all the other banknotes, he didn't. So it's absolutely crazy. And
Hey,
yeah, you're
Stack,
back.
I got somebody here that wants to say hello.
Okay.
Hello,
Hello, Miss Laurie.
it's Miss. How are
I'm
you?
very well. How are you, my friend?
Good. Cold here,
Yes, Cranky was
but it's okay.
saying that you've got a bit of a cold spurt coming in.
Yes, we do. We do. But he.
She's so funny. She was worried about how she looks. Well, they
No,
can't
I
see
wasn't. I wasn't.
I love it.
Stop.
All right. She just wanted to say
Oh,
hello.
that's absolutely fine. It's wonderful to say hello.
Sorry to
No,
interrupt.
don't. It's absolutely wonderful. I'm sure everyone appreciates Miss Laurie coming on and say hello. That's absolutely wonderful. We're getting a lot of hellos in the comments.
Oh, yeah, there's lots of hellos.
Absolutely.
Oh, she's gone now. Yeah,
Wonderful little cameo.
she, you could just never can tell it's Cranky Acres. I'm telling you,
I love it. I really do love it. No, I do. I do. But the Mandela effect is something that wrecks my brain. It really does wreck my brain, and I don't understand it, because, you know, we all, or so many of us, remember these things so vividly, and we can't all be wrong. We really can't all be wrong, and it just seems like certain things have just been wiped from the history books. Is it because we are living in a simulation and we're getting patch updates which are rewriting the code? I don't know. But all I know is it's very bloody strange, and the girl from Jaws, 100%. Well, the girl from Moonraker, 100% had braces. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, and the Mandela effect. You said, "Are we all living in a simulation?" Of course we are. Of course we are. Everything is everything is an illusion, more or less. I don't know. That's pretty heavy stuff. I guess I don't fully understand your Mandela effect. Uh, can you explain exactly what you mean when you say the Mandela
So
effect?
yeah, so it's like I say, like millions of people, like a stupid amount of people remember something being a certain way, and then it's just changed. It's completely changed. So you know it's like I say with the cornucopia and the Fruit of Loom logo. You know, a lot of people remember it having a cornucopia, but then if you look back, and Fruit of the Loom have even gone back themselves, and there's been no evidence of it ever being a cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo. Same thing with Monopoly. You know, so many people remember the Monopoly guy having a monocle, and yet now there's no evidence of him ever having a monocle. And
By God, he did.
I know, I know. I know, buddy. I do. I know. It's absolutely insanity. It's complete insanity. It really is, because you know it's not just one or two people. It's a huge amount of people that are remembering things this way, and not only that, they're remembering it vividly. Like it's it's not even like they're not sure. They're 100% sure, and there's so many of them. But then you go back and you rewatch these things. You even go back and find like original releases, and things have changed. It's like a great example is the line from Star Wars, "Luke, I am your father." Now, even James Earl Jones, the guy who voiced Darth Vader, swears blind that the original line was "Luke, I am your father." But if you go back, even if you go back and find one of the original VHS releases and rewatch it, it now says, "No, I am your father."
That's scary.
It is. It really is scary. It absolutely is, and it really wrecks my head, and I can't explain it. I really can't. You know, there's a lot of things that I'm there with it, like the monocle on the Monopoly guy, the braces in Moonraker, the line from Star Wars. You know, I remember these things so vividly. But it's crazy, and Luke said that's one I remember vividly, obviously because of my name. And you can imagine like someone being called Luke. If you were around at the right time, people are going to be teasing you on the playground all the time, saying, "Luke, I am your father." And now the line's changed. But how can it? How can even the person who read that line on film, James Earl Jones, how can he even be saying, "No, the line was definitely Luke, I'm your father"? But it's not. It's so bizarre.
You know what? Maybe someday I'll have the answer for that. If I'm sure I'll pass into the next before you do. I'll come back and explain it.
Mate, I would love to. If you could explain the Mandela effect, there's a lot of money there waiting for you, mate. 100%. 100%. It really is. I mean, I can't even begin to explain it. The only thing I can say is either a glitch in the matrix or it's parallel timelines converging into one. I mean, that's the only things I can really say. That it could be. Other than that, I've got no idea. I really haven't. But it's one of the most it's definitely one of the most compelling of all the conspiracy theories. It is so compelling because so many people remember these things being a certain way.
Like I didn't have a hard enough time sleeping. Now,
absolutely.
One more thing to put on the old wire grid tonight as I'm laying there thinking about things.
Well, I'll tell you, mate, it's a rabbit hole and a half to fall down to. If you just go onto YouTube and just write in Mandela effect, there's so many videos, so many different examples of there's the Berenstein bears versus the Berenstein bears. There's so many things where it's like history has just rewritten itself. It's fully bizarre.
I may or may not worry about that tonight.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's one of those things that I highly suggest not to worry about because there's no way of answering it. It's just one of those things that's
right.
It's just going to hurt your brain. It's sometimes you just have to accept not everything. There's not an answer for everything. You know what I mean?
We're back to the is it round, is it flat, does it matter?
Exactly. Sometimes it just doesn't matter. You just have to accept things. One of the great questions of the universe I think we should be working harder to answer is what is gravity? Nobody knows what gravity is. I think if we could unlock the secrets of gravity, I think it could change the species. I think it could change propulsion and energy and so many things.
Most definitely it would. Um,
And also,
yeah, I
it's all
mean,
it,
especially propulsion.
yeah, definitely propulsion. If you could come up with some kind of propulsion system that makes gravity hot, stronger in front of a craft and weaker behind it, it would force something through space. But one thing that's really really bizarre when it comes to gravity is how it's entwined with time. And gravity and time are so deeply connected, which is why if you went into deep space, time has a different effect on people than it does on Earth. So, say if you had two atomic clocks which were set to the exact same time, and this is an atomic clock, and you kept one on Earth and you took one out into deep space and then brought it back, the times on those clocks would be different. That's bizarre, isn't it?
It
It really
is.
is bizarre. People age,
How,
age.
how do we know that?
Sorry,
How do we know
because tests
that?
have been done. Tests have been done.
It has
Yeah,
been done.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, and it's proven that that time is different out in space than it is in on Earth, and also that the greater the effect of gravity on something, the more effect of time, and it's very very bizarre. It's really bizarre, and it's something that I think we need to. We need to be researching these things a lot more than we are. I think we're too busy doing researching things that aren't necessarily that important on the grander scale of things. Where there's a lot of discoveries left to make which could change humanity.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah. And put down the stop the war and stop the spending on that, and let's spend the money on things like that. Let's figure out some cool stuff.
100%, 100%, and it's so weird that how time has. You'd think time would be universal, wouldn't you? You'd think if you had two clocks and you took one into deep space, why would it not come back at the same time? It's completely weird.
Well, when you think about it, um, isn't time the a wasn't that conceived by man?
Well,
Wasn't that isn't that a human thing?
yes and no. Yes and no. So a lot of people say time is a construct, which in a way it is. So how we record time, very much, was a construct by man. But what is observable is the effect of time. You know, so
Yes.
that is observable. So time, although it was discovered and in many ways was a construct of humanity, you know, the fact of the matter is, even if we didn't have any understanding of time, if we hadn't come up with the Gregorian calendar, if we didn't have the second minute and hour system, if we didn't have any of that, things would still age, and things would, you'd still have day and night, and we'd still rotate around the sun, and these things wouldn't happen instantly. It would still happen over a period of time. So it's so in a way it is a construct, but in a way it's not. It's a naturally occurring force which is observable, and it's like Luke's just said, time and space are interlinked. So if one is travelling space differently to all us, then they'll experience time differently too. And it's 100% true, but it's really weird. It's really it's why it's called the fabric of space time. Because it's like a fabric where it wraps around things, and it's not like rigid, and it has it curves around things, and it's way above my grade, but it's really 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 interesting. Farmers set the change of time years back for us. Yeah, I mean, daylight savings was implemented to help farmers have more hours of sunlight to go out and do crop etc. Which is one of the reasons I say daylight saving is something we should just abandon. We should just get rid of daylight saving. Just go back to normal time. We don't need to put the hours forward or back every year. It's it's a farce that's just not needed. Modern day flood lighting and things like that means there's literally no need for daylight saving anymore. And if I could get rid of anything, it would be daylight saving.
It's funny because that 90% of the people I know say the same thing. Just get rid of it. It's more of a pain than anything. And farmers work from sun up to sundown, no matter whether it's
nowadays.
savings.
Yeah, nowadays they work throughout the night because we've got such good flood lighting on the harvesters, etc. They don't need to be doing it in the daytime. They'll if you've got somebody who's living next to a farmland, they'll very often be very, very upset because the noise of the machinery going all the way throughout the night. So yeah, it's just totally unnecessary anymore. It's a kerfuffle. Twice a year, you either you end up getting to work an hour early or an hour late, and there's just no need for it. Tully's just said that. So I looked. I have 2 old versions of Monopoly. One manufactured in New Zealand, the other in the USA. No monocle on either. Only a stash, cane and top hat. There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we all remember the monocle.
We're getting a new Monopoly, Nebraska. And it's either Nebraska or Omaha edition that's coming out. They just announced that yesterday.
Oh, that's super cool. We've got a Nottingham edition. That's pretty cool. I used to have a Nottingham edition of Monopoly. Scott Silver just said something interesting. Black holes really screw with time slowing down. I'm a bit of a nerd for this kind of thing. 100% true. It's 100% true. If you went past what's known as the event horizon on a black hole, you would be sucked into the black hole, but you wouldn't be sucked into one place because the force of the black hole would be a lot stronger in front of you than behind you, so it leads to something that's known as spaghettification, whereas you're basically pulled into a long string of particles. But because of the effect because obviously black holes are the most gravitational strong force in the universe that we're aware of, it, like Scott Silver says, it messes with time. So that process of spaghettification would take a millennia. It would, it'd be like an infinite amount of time. So yeah, they really do mess with time. And again, it's another thing that shows us that gravity is linked with time so immensely. And also we just don't know what gravity is. What is that force like pulling us to the earth? It's nothing to do with magnetism. Because if it was anything to do with magnetism, it would only affect ferrous metals. It would only affect ferrous items, things that have a magnetic property. Anything that was non-magnetic would just float off in space. So it's nothing to do with magnetism or anything like that. We have literally no idea what gravity is and why it affects us. None whatsoever. And I think we really need to be looking into cracking that. Should there be 13 months? No. This is from APM. The Gregorian calendar works extremely well. Extremely well. It was invented by the Gregorian monks, but even science applauds the Gregorian monks on the effort they made. It's such a great calendar, and it's self-correcting as well, because people will know that every 4 years you have a leap year, but then if it's every 400 years, then you don't have a leap year because it has to put things right, and it's a really good system of measuring time. The current calendar system we have with the 12 months, it just works really well.
Neil deGrasse Tyson did a video about that not too long ago. I think it was a short video, but it was specifically about the calendar and the Gregorian calendar and that type of thing. It was very interesting in a short period of time. He's a brilliant man.
Yeah.
But he was explaining what you would have to do to get things to work out again another way, to the second, in so many instances. But hey, Stack, I've got very low percentage on my phone here. and I have to be honest with you, I've been sitting about as long as I can take for one period
That's
of time.
fine, buddy.
My back is on
Yeah,
fire.
just so everybody knows,
So
Cranky let me know beforehand. He's having some problems with his back, sitting in one place to do this. We've been going for over 3 hours now, 3 hours and a quarter. So I completely understand that, Cranky. If there's anything you want to ask, say, or get off your chest while before you go, then feel free to do so, buddy.
I just want to say thank you very, very much again for for having me on again. I really enjoy getting to do these stack chats with you, and I love listening to your other guests as well. And um, just just keep the path that you guys are going as a community over there, and let's keep it in contact with the community here, because I don't know that it really makes any difference to the big hoo-has, but I think it's a really cool thing that we can talk about similar things, and the similar interests, and have some fun and have some serious time as well. So stay the course. Stay the course on the product quality, and shout out to Scott Silver for his video yesterday. If you haven't seen that and you're part of Stacker Social, you need to get over there and watch it, because he's a soldier. He's ready to do some things. You guys, and this is just again from the heart. You guys need to watch your product quality. Do what you can to have the Royal Mint improve that. Do what you can do to get away from the taxation that you have, the VAT, because it is real money and always has been. There's no reason to be taxed on that. I made a comment on Scott Silver's video, as a matter of fact, about the Brits having a little problem with taxation, and then you could kind of stuck in there a little snide comment like, cup of tea, anyone? Do you remember?
I love it.
I got no replies, so I don't know whether I lit a fire or fanned the flame. I don't know which, but stay the course, stay blessed, and let's do this again sometime really, really soon. I enjoy this time greatly.
Yeah, me
and
too.
and I just can't wait for the day that maybe I can get over there and put some faces with some names, and enjoy some handshaking and saying hello. I think that
Well, Cranky, this was the last ever stack chat for me to do within my 30s. So I'm glad I got to do the last stack chat of my 30s with you, my friend. Next stack chat, I will be the ripe old age of 40 years old. How's that?
you truly are. You're an old soul in a young body,
Oh,
my
thank you.
friend. You got to. I wish I was as smart about things when I was 40 as you are.
Oh,
And that's an honor to be the last.
yeah, yeah.
Good
But
for
when
you. Well, happy
Well,
birthday.
thank you very much. I've got your card. I've got your card very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to be opening that up on next week's Friday vlog, because my I'm not going to say exactly when my birthday is, but it's going to be between now and next Friday. So I will be doing a few unboxings of a few cards that people have been very generous to send me on my next week's Friday vlog. So thank you so much for the birthday card you sent across, my friend.
Very good. Well, listen, thanks everybody for being here, and thanks for having me, Stack. Keep up the good work. Y'all listen to Stack and 365 and APM
And
and
Cranky,
Scott's.
Cranky too.
You got such a great core of people in the community over there. You make sure that guy from the Royal Mint has his eyes opened up as to the influence of the Stack and community over there.
100%.
Um,
Well, this community we're building over here in the UK it was only possible because we're piggybacking on the fantastic community you guys have made in the USA. So thank you to all of the US stackers for being such a brilliant inspiration to us all over here in the UK and showing us how it's done.
Well, you got some good ones to draw from, Yankee and Dragons and Tim and Constitutional Stacker. I mean, it goes on and on
It
and on.
does.
Death from
It
Below,
does.
My Silver
Tootie
Journey,
Tootie,
Julie.
Cranky Stacker.
So there's a lot of people with a lot of knowledge and a genuine concern for the community, and I think that's where you guys are making a difference there, and it's where they've made the difference here is
Yeah.
that actually genuine concern and integrity. Let's not forget the word
Yeah.
integrity. So
Absolutely.
all right, my friend.
Absolutely. And Cranky, it's
Thank you.
been an absolute pleasure having you on this evening, mate. Thank you so much for coming and joining me. I can promise you it is only a matter of time till you come back on and we have another wonderful chat because I love and enjoy having you on so much here, my friend.
Well, thank you. I enjoy it and I appreciate it. And stay safe, shoot straight, keep stacking, and do something kind for somebody and yourself today.
That's
Right?
a wonderful statement that I wholeheartedly agree with. Just do something nice for somebody. No matter what day it is, just try and do one positive thing every single day.
Absolutely.
100%.
All right. Well, thank you, my friend.
Thank you too, Cranky. You take care of yourself, buddy.
We'll catch you all later.
100%. All right, mate. Well, I'm going to pop you off of the. Here we go. I'm going to pop you off of Skype call now, buddy. But you take care, and I will speak to you very soon, buddy. All right, mate. Take care. Bye bye. Wow, what a fantastic chat that was. Cranky is such a lovely person. He really is a wonderful, wonderful man. And I've had a lot of fun having him on the Stack Chat with us all tonight. And I've had a lot of fun having you all here too. So, yeah, I'm going to stay for just a little tiny bit longer. I've got my usual Saturday night Chinese waiting for me to be heated up. So, if anybody's got any final questions you would like to ask me before we end the Stack Chat, now is the time. I'm open to ask any single question you'd like to ask. It's we're in the back end of a chat, which I like to say, this is the time things go a little bit off the rails, and I'll take any question you've got. So feel free to fire them at me, and we'll keep going through another 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll close things down because I've got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I've been working very hard for a few people in the community this weekend. We've had the brand new logo for KYH. I've been helping some other people with poker chip designs, and I've been helping people with live stream setups as well. So so I've got a very busy day ahead of myself tomorrow. And also, if it's possible, I'd like to get back up in my attic and carry on doing my installation up there. So. I've got spring rolls. Scrapping, Ordering, Tinkering Fun, who's just had egg roll or spring roll. It's my usual chicken in black bean sauce with egg fried rice, ramen noodle, and a couple of spring rolls. It's a wonderful takeaway meal for one that Tesco's do. It's really well priced, and I just like it. So that's what I'm going to be having after I leave you all. But MSJ say, okay, anything. What are the next winning lottery numbers? They're going to be 6, 8, 13, 24, 38, and 17. But I'm not going to tell you which lottery that's for. You're just going to have to figure that one out yourself. Scott Silver says, all those shout outs cost me a lot of money. What a dude. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. May Fun or Chow Mein? Oh, well, no, chicken in black bean sauce, my friend. I do love it. I prefer steak, beef in back. No, I had steak last week, which was different to the norm. I normally have the same takeaway Chinese meal. every week, but I had steak last week. I did have steak one night this week. I'm trying to remember which night it was, but I had a lovely sirloin steak, which was very nice. But yeah, it's the usual Chinese for me tonight. I like to make the Chinese, then I just lather it with great cheese because I'm an absolute cheese fiend, and I put cheese on literally every single meal I eat. It's yeah, it's a problem I have. Ninja Wingnut has said that is almost the lost number. Oh, well, very good. Very good. But as I say, they're the lottery numbers, but I'm not telling you which lottery it's for. So you're just going to have to figure out one out yourself. And if those numbers come up on next week's lottery, I'm going to get a little bit scared. I am, but yeah, absolutely. I'm in a mid-Mexican food coma right now. Oh, wow. I do like a bit of Mexican food. I am a bit of a fan of Mexican food. A nice chili con carne or burrito or enchilada, that kind of thing. Huge fan of fajitas. I do love an Odo Paso fajita mix. One of my favourites. I've not had fajitas in quite some time. I'm probably going to have to go out and get a fajita mix now and have a fajita night, which I love doing because those fajita kits, they're designed for a family, so it's just about the right amount of food for me. MSJ said scrapping, hoarding, tinkering, fun. That's what I had for lunch, lol. Oh, great call. What Singapore noodles with black bean sauce? Sounds very nice. I'm all about the black bean sauce. I do like it. Yeah, so going off of what Cranky said there, I just want to mirror that sentiment and just tell you all guys how much I love these Saturday nights chats. They're absolutely wonderful. You know, we have some really great. What's this? TSC is not joking. We met in Yarmouth and he pulled out some grated cheese to put in his Mr. Whippy. Well, I told you not to tell anybody about that APM, but yeah, it's true. Vermicelli? I'm not sure what that is, Blistering Barnacles. You'll have to elaborate a little bit on that one. Who's got the better tash? Tom Selleck or well, I'm going to be honest with you, Scott Silver. It is neither of them. The best tash going is the TSC tash. I'm not even joking. It's a fantastic tash, and I'm going to put some. I'm going to do this. I'm going to challenge myself this week. I'm going to put a community post up where I'm going to show people how nice the tash is. I really am. Yeah, I'll share the glory of the tash with you all at some point this week, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do what Dan Evans said. I'm going to get the Lord Kitchener picture, and I'm going to put a few of them together and let people guess which is the correct tash. What's your schedule for Saturdays? It's every single Saturday at 7 p.m. UK time. I'm not sure what time they end. They sometimes they go on for 6 hours. I think last week's with Silverpunk we really got into it, and I think that was about 6 hours long. But they always start at 7 p.m. except for in 2 weeks' time when I've got KY8 Stacking on. Now KY8 Stacking, if you weren't aware, he's 13 years old. So he's checked with his parents and they've let him know that it's okay for him to do a stack chat, but it has to be done by 9:30. So we thought we'd start it a little bit early to give us a bit more time. So on the Saturday 13th, we'll be starting at 6 p.m. I'll do the giveaway around 8 p.m. on that day, and we'll be finishing at 9:30 because yeah, it's understandable with him being 13. But yeah, that's the usual schedule. Brilliant show and wonderful idea to do them. Props to you. Oh, thank you, Steeler, mate. That means a lot to me, buddy. I'm so glad I decided to do them. The reason I decided to do them, it came from the back of the 24-hour live I did for charity last year. It was a fantastic evening, even though it was grueling to do 24 hours straight live stream, but I had so much fun, and you know, I'd got my head around how to use the OBS, etc. But I just you know, decided I wanted to do something every week, so I decided to do it on a Saturday night, try and get different creators or different people on every single week, and you know, it may not be somebody new, it might be somebody who's been on before, like Crank has been on with me before in the past, but I like to mix it up and have different people all the time, and yeah, it's just a wonderful night, and it's you guys that make it so much fun. So thank you so much to all you guys in the chat. great chat as usual. Oh, thank you very much, James, mate. I truly appreciate that, buddy. And Silverson's, I've been waiting for the Tash reveal. It's gonna come. I'm gonna get it done, mate. And yeah, we'll reveal the Tash. I'll do it up properly. I'll get it all waxed and curled up on the edges, and yes, I will definitely reveal the Tash at some point this week. I have shown it to a few people. Cyber Sarman he was blown away with the symmetry of my Tash. He didn't think I was being genuinely serious about it, so I shared a picture with him in 365 Days of Silver on the we've got a little creators room in Discord, because 365 created it, and myself and Sarman were the co-creators, and I did give them a sneak peek in there, but I would definitely do that this week, and we'll do a Tash reveal, and I said all that time ago that when I get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a face reveal. So that's another little bonus for when we get to 1,000, or maybe that's a reason not to get to 1,000. I don't know, but yeah, we'll try and do a face reveal after I get to 1,000. I've done a couple of in-person face reveals where I've let people know when I've gone to places like the Royal Mint and the London Coin Fair, and Cobra Stackers met me in person. I've met the guys from the Bits and Bobs team in person down at the Royal Mint as well. So Windsor Davies, I heard. Well, Windsor Davies has got a brilliant Tash. Now, I'm not going to lie, Windsor Davies does have a great Tash, but he lacks the curl. I'm not so much of a fan of how his comes straight out at the ends. Mine curls round a bit more like Poirot's, and I'm more of a fan of a curly Tash. I do like a proper curly Tash. A bombardier Tash, as I like to call it, chocks away and all that. But yeah, so yeah, let me know if you've got any questions in the chat, guys. I'm happy to keep going for a little bit longer, but I am getting really hungry. I've not eaten anything yet today. I've been keeping myself so busy. I've literally fueled myself on Monster Energy drinks and coffee. So it'd be nice to end one a little bit earlier, and maybe be able to get up a little bit earlier tomorrow on Sunday, because I've got quite a bit of work to do with a certain other creator who's going to be changing his live streams a little bit going forwards. We've been working on implementing a few changes. I'm not going to give any spoilers away. You're going to have to wait till tomorrow night to find out exactly what it is. That might give you a little hint to who it is. But yeah, there's going to be some changes on one of the UK Stackers live streams, which is absolutely fantastic. But I'm really excited for that. And yeah, no, if as I say, if anyone's got any questions, just let me know. And here's a question to you all about left remaining. What is your favourite type of bullion? Do you like bars? Do you like rounds? Do you like coins? And if so, which one's your favourite? I'm looking at the pieces in front of me, and I find that question so difficult because there's so much wonderful pieces out there. I'm looking at right now in front of me. I'm looking at a Geiger square. I'm looking at Una bars. I'm looking at Vortex bars. I'll tell you what I've recently purchased that I'm a huge fan of. I love these Archangel Michael bars. I think they're fantastic. They really are beautiful bars, and I'm so happy I was able to get that. I purchased that off of APM. He was selling a few of his bits recently, and I took the opportunity to grab that, and I'm really getting like MSJ says, too many to decide. Absolutely. I prefer coins, easy to store. That's fair enough. I started off as a coin guy, and I've gotten so into bars. And, when I first started stacking, because I was a coin collector, it was like, well, I like the bullion, but I want it to be a coin because then it ties in with my coin collecting. But I'm getting really into bars. I'm sorry to see you need a Vortex MSJ. I've got 5 of them myself, but I'm not getting rid of any of mine. I love them too much. Scottsdale's bars Vortex by James Elliott. Yeah, fantastic. I mean, if you haven't seen the Vortex for any reason, that's the Vortex either side. You've got the Scottsdale line on one side and the Vortex, the beautiful Vortex shimmer on the other side. I mean, just look at the way that shimmers there. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is. And they were the first bar I went out and, well, first of anything really, that I went out and bought multiple of, because even the coins I've got multiples of, I try and get different dates for date runs, etc. I've bought myself a few of the Unas now, and and I've got two of the celebration bars. But the only reason I've got two of the celebration bars is I've got the one in the assay bar, but I wanted one in a normal capsule as well. So that's why I've got two of them. And it's going to be the same for the new Una, although I might get a few more of the new Unas as well. I find with bars, I prefer to stack bars more, where I collect coins. So like I say, I'll get one per coin, and then I'll move on and get either a different date or a different type of coin. But with the bars, I'm much more happy to get more multiples of the same thing. Ellie Armstead said she loves the Eagle coins, and yeah, they are great coins. They really are. I can't fault you on that one at all. APM has said, "Great night, buddy. Enjoy your Chinese." Thank you very much, APM. I'm definitely going to do that very shortly. It is calling out for me from the kitchen. One thing I'll tell you what I have been able to do this week, which was fantastic. I've finally been able to bag and tag my old penny collection. I've got a ridiculous amount of old pre-decimal 1 pennies, and I've finally been able to get them all in their own individual little baggies. So the only coin left I have to sort out are my half pennies, and I was considering maybe doing a few videos of me sorting through them and finding the different dates, and I don't know, I might put it on the channel, but as soon as I've got them done, I can finally put all my collection out on a video and share my entire collection of coin and bullion with you all, which I'm so looking forward to doing. It's the reason I started my channel all those months, well, over a year ago now. I was chatting to Future Investments on his channel. He's a great guy with a great channel, and I was chatting to him, and I was saying that I've got a fairly large collection of coins, and I was thinking of doing a few videos to show people, and he told me I should do it and I should start a channel, and I started to channel. So that would be fantastic to finally get that done. Silverpunk said, "Thank you so much, guys and girls. I've got to go to bed. Got a load of video stuff to edit tomorrow, so need an early start. Thanks for a great chat. Well done, TSC and Cranky, and thank you so much, Silverpunk, mate. It was fantastic to have you on last week. I definitely hope we can have you back on at a later date, but you get yourself off to bed, buddy. Have a great night, and I will definitely speak to you soon. I updated my large cent book recently and did a video. That will be out next week. I'm really looking forward to seeing that, MSJ. I do love your collector's album for your 1 cents. I've just picked up a load of the steel cents, actually, the 1943 wartime steel cents I got sent from John RMS, aka Ace Bullion, which was absolutely fantastic. I really am getting into the American coinage. I've got a few proof sets now. Thule was kind enough to send me a couple of proof sets over across as a mail call, actually, which was fantastically generous of her. Cranky sent me some circulating constitutional pieces as well, so that was a wonderful. Oh, Cranky's just popped up. He says, "Thank you so much for having me on. I forgot to shout out Two Brothers Stacking for the Don't Tread on Me flag banner in my background. Thank you." Well, there we go. Two Brothers Stackers, huge shout out for you for the Don't Tread on Me flag banner on Cranky's background. So thank you so much for doing that for him. Let's have a look. Here we go. Wish I could go to bed. I'm still out working. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Serpent Silver, mate. I'm sure. Oh, how long you got left on your shift? Hopefully it's not too much longer and you'll be able to chill out for a little bit afterwards. But thank you so much for joining us while you're working. It's great to be there with you and to help your time pass a little bit as you work away. I so want some Roman, a hammered coin. I will find one this year. I want a hammered coin. I really would like to. I've got, the thing that's stopping me getting to hammered coins is I've got some date runs that I want to get finished before I start moving on to things like hammered coins. So that's one of the reasons why I'm really trying to push myself to get my date runs moved on this year. And I can definitely get quite a few of the albums filled up by the end of the year. That would be fantastic. MSJ said, "Stat Collector, if you like, I'd be happy to send over some large cents." Oh, that would be absolutely wonderful, mate. I could definitely do a trade with you. I've got a lot of old pre-decimal coinage, like the old pennies, the old half pennies, shillings, sixpences, that kind of thing. I've got a huge surplus. So if you want to do a little bit of an exchange, that would be absolutely fantastic. My metal detector will be out soon. Oh, I can't wait to. I can't wait to see your next video of you metal detecting Barnacles, mate. I've really enjoyed your magnet fishing videos recently. I said before, it's something I'd love to try. And if you ever want a little bit of company when you're out with the detector or the magnet, I'm more than happy to go out there and do a little bit of a collab video with you. That would be a lot of fun. And I really do want to be there one day. I want to be, outside where you do your ride along. If I knew what time you did your ride along, I'll be there with a banner saying "We love you, Michelin Barnacles." I think that would be absolutely amazing. Serpent still has let us know that he's still got 4 hours left, so you're about halfway through your shift. Then I'm guessing, which that's hopefully it goes quickly for you, mate. Because I know what it's like to be stuck in the in the working hours. It's not so bad for me nowadays. Now I work for myself because I keep my own hours, and obviously as soon as I finish a job, I'm done for the day. And one thing I used to hate about working for other people is, sometimes you'd have nothing to do and you'd literally sat there just waiting out the clock, which can be quite grueling, can't it? So I hope you're keeping. I used to like to keep myself busy, because I found the time would go quicker. I used to work as a hospital porter for a little time. It was a bit of a stopgap kind of job, and I got a couple of nicknames. One was Zebedee and one was Energizer Bunny, because I was just always on the go. And I'd pick up every single job that came through on the radio, and I loved it. Next thing I'd know, I'd look at my watch and it'd be 5 minutes till end time. Whereas I found if I was sat in the porter's room, just sat around chatting to people, time would just take so long. It would just absolutely drag. So, I used to love, hammering the corridors of the hospital, walking around, getting all that stuff done. I eventually moved on and I got a job in the office in the hospital, and I tell people I ran the hospital, which is it's completely true in a sense, because I used to assign all the different jobs to all the different departments. So like a ward would put through that they needed a patient transfer, or they needed a piece of equipment, or they needed something cleaning, or they needed meals, or etc. And I was the guy that they contacted, and then I would pass out the jobs to the individuals to go and do the jobs, which I thought that was a lot of fun as well. And I really did enjoy my time working in the hospital. Ninja Wingnut said, I technically work for myself too. I break my hours up across the day as I want. Fantastic. That's what it's all about, 100%. And I in a union carpenter and build scaffolding for a living. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool job. Yeah, let me know in the chat what you do for your livings, guys. So, it's really interested to know what everyone does in their day-to-day life. Blissman Barnacles has said, where city? And I'm not sure. You'll have to elaborate on that one, mate. I don't know. I might have missed something there, buddy. If I have, I do apologise, my friend. And but yeah, let me know in the chat what you do for your day-to-day job. In case you weren't aware, I'm a qualified tree surgeon, but I also offer landscaping and ground maintenance services as well. So I like to say that I can do, I'm an all round outside guy. So I can take care of all of your gardening needs. I do slabbing work. I do fencing, tree surgery, tree care, general grounds maintenance, gardening, weeding, anything really that people need doing. Ninja Wingnut has said, I'm a senior software engineer, architect working for a startup building web application. Lol. Well, that's fantastic. When I was at college, I did software development, IT practicing, and it was okay. It just wasn't for me. I'm sure you'll relate to this, Ninja, but just staring at those lines and lines and lines of code, it just wasn't for me. I did multiple different kinds of office jobs. I was a claims manager for loss adjusters and insurance companies. I was a complaints executive. I was a senior complaints manager for one of the big 6 energy companies here in the UK. I was a customer service executive, which dealt with high level complaints for one of the largest residential lettings companies here in the UK. I didn't belong inside. I didn't belong behind a desk. I used to, even when I was working in the office, I used to look outside and just long to be out in the sun and in the fresh air. And that's Oh no! Oh, sorry. Yeah, I get you. No, it wasn't at City Hospital. It was. It wasn't one of the not hospitals in Nottingham. It was the King's Mill Hospital, just outside of Nottingham. So yeah, that's where I was a porter. But yeah, no, I'm very familiar with City Hospital. Now you say that. Nickety has said. OPSEC. Okay, cool. Not sure it is a living, more like a life-consuming job. Yeah, I can relate to that with some of my previous employments, especially the insurance. Well, insurance and energy and lettings. You know, they're not necessarily the most riveting industries to work in, are they? But yeah, so I can definitely relate to that. But you know, I just life's a lot better since I got myself outside and I get to climb up a tree with a chainsaw now for my fun. When you say you're a tree surgeon, I picture you in a hospital saving trees, lad. You know, it's funny. Now this is absolutely true. I was on a dating app and chatting to a lady and you know trying to get to know her, and she asked me what I did, and I told her I was a tree surgeon, and I also explained that I did you know I did other things like fencing and slabbing and all that, and she she turned around and said, well, that's very strange. Why would you do those? You know, they wouldn't go together. And I had to explain to her that a tree surgeon isn't an actual surgeon, you know, and I don't work in a hospital, and unfortunately, I don't earn that kind of money either, because surgeons earn a hell of a lot of money, and yeah, no, I did have to explain that a tree surgeon is somebody who takes care of trees and not actual operations in a hospital. CY Sterling is a bus driver, mainly do local transport, but also do tourist coaches and excursions around Cyprus. That's super cool, mate. I think I would definitely be more of a fan of doing the tourist coaches and the excursions. I was a driver myself a couple of years ago. Again, it was a bit of a stopgap. I worked for a company that sold chimney equipment like wood burning stoves, flues, that kind of thing, which was really cool. I love being on the road. There's a lot of freedom to be on the road. I think one of the reasons I liked my driving job so much is because I was on my own and I had a lot of time to think and process things as I was driving around the country. I had long it wasn't like city drop-offs. I'd be driving all over the country, so I might have like 3 or 4 drop-offs in a day, which would be on the route, and I could go as far as the Midlands down to Norfolk in the south and back. So, but I did have a lot of fun driving, and another cool thing about that job is they paid for me to go through my chimney, fireplace, and stove fitting qualifications. So that's something that's really cool. Steel Stacker says he used to trim trees and did logging as well before. That's super cool. That is really super cool. Scott Silver's in procurement. Is a procurement manager. You know, Steeler, what made you get out of the logging industry and become a scaffolder erector? I will say one thing. I will say is people may not be aware of this, but what I do is actually statistically the most dangerous job on the planet. The logging industry is it has the most fatalities per person, and what I do going up the tree with a chainsaw is a lot more dangerous than cutting a tree down at ground level, and I have a lot of fun doing with it, but it can be very, very dangerous, and I've had a few near misses before when I've been at work, and I've got a lot more grey hair now than when I started doing the tree surgery, and it is because of you know, you'll be there working up a tree and all of a sudden a gust of wind will come and you jump 3 miles out of your skin when that happens. It's 100% true. Blistering Barnacles, I look after my mum. She's old and has cancer and blind. It's getting really hard for me to go far with. Oh, mate, it's a wonderful thing. It's you know, that what you do is so good of you to do that, to care for your mother in that respect, and I've got a huge amount of respect for you, mate, for doing that. 100% I have, and that's fantastic. That really is a fantastic thing for you to do, my friend. Ninja, to be clear, I do know what you do. I just picture the funny version. Yeah, that's fine. No, I know you know, but this girl I was talking to generally didn't. She actually thought a tree surgeon was somebody who puts the surgical gown on, etc., and works way on people. But yeah, I did have to explain that. Blistering Barnacle says she likes painting, and I'm not joking. She paints for windows, floors, even the Lou too, but I love her. Oh, bless her. Oh, that's wonderful. That really is. Honeywell Aerospace aircraft brake overhaul final inspector. That is so cool, James. That really is absolutely brilliant. The excursions are a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah, they must be, mate. And I bet you see some characters CY on your job, don't you? Coming on to your bus, I bet you do. Can you remember that? There was an old TV program over here on the UK, which basically it literally followed people going on. It was like a reality TV show, and it followed people on bus tours. That was quite fun, and we had some real characters on that one. So yeah, absolutely. Insurance for my family at the time. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, mate. Spell check is going. Yeah, mate. My spell check hates me, and what annoys me about my spell check is I will spell the correct word the correct way, and then it will just decide to put a different word in it. It's like, why are you doing that? I know what I want to say, and I said it right. I can understand me spelling something wrong and then you changing that, but why change a word to a completely other word? It really does annoy me. Silversons, I look after 10 dogs a day at home and get paid for it. Win-win. Well, that's brilliant. I do love dogs. I've always been a dog man. I think dogs are fantastic animals, loyal to a fault, and I really do love dogs. So I envy you a little bit there, being able to get paid for looking after dogs. That's got to be a fantastic job. Nick, I can't say your word. I want to say nickety, but it's nitekeri. Has said, one of my uncles specialises in high-risk tree service. Some of his fells are amazing. Yes, yeah. No, I'm pretty good. I can put a tree where I want it to land, but I've seen some absolute, magicians out there with a chainsaw. I'm like I say, I'm fairly good at what I do. I don't get complaints. I've touched wood. I've never put a tree where I didn't want it, and never caused any damage felling a tree. Yeah, no, that sounds amazing, mate. Scott Silver says, you've got to be barking being a tree surgeon, mate. I'll tell you one thing, there's a bit of bravery involved, or craziness, whichever way you want to see it. But one of my favourite hobbies was rock climbing. I was big into rock climbing, and when I decided to take an industry change and basically just overhaul my life, I knew I wanted to work outside. I knew I wanted it to have something climbing related into it. There's not enough jobs out there for climbing instructors, and tree surgeon. It pays pretty well. It's decent money into it. So I thought, you know what, sounds like it's something that I could see as a challenge, something that I would enjoy, and I wasn't wrong. Definitely my favourite aspect of my work is when I get to climb up trees with the chainsaw dangling off my harness. Cyber Salmon says, Cranky, what meat would you recommend for a brand new charcuterie board? Well, Cranky's gone, Si. I'm afraid to tell you, mate. You're left with just myself. Cranky had to dip out because his back's playing up a little bit, and it does get difficult sitting here in one spot for this time. I mean, my back's fine, but it's still, at the end of these chats, it does ache a little bit. You might hear my chair creaking. That's because I'm forever moving and trying to get comfortable on there. But you never know. He might be in the chat with us still, just because he's not on the live. He may still be with us in the chat. It's the whole charcuterie versus smorgasbord, isn't it? And I know there's slight difference between the two. I always call it a smorgasbord. It doesn't matter what's on it. I call it a smorgasbord. But for me personally, you've got to have a little bit of salami on there, a little bit of Parma ham, maybe. What else could you have on there? There's got to be a bit of pate, isn't there? You know what I mean? I do love a bit of pate. Oh wow! What else could you have on there? I love meat. Meat and cheese. I'm a bit of a fiend for meat and cheese. I would love to be a vegetarian, but I just love meats too much. I really do. Silversins, now that's a lot of dogs. It is, but can you ever have too many dogs? I don't think you can. Got work for the Forestry Commission. That's cool. I mostly do residential work myself. So most of what my work is will be residential. I have some corporate clients. So some will even be residential jobs, but I'll work for landlords. So they'll in the tenancy there'll be an agreement that the landlord takes care of the garden and the tenant doesn't have to do that. So I have a few jobs like that. I have a few other commercial properties such as pub gardens, that kind of thing. But it's predominantly residential work that I do. I have thought about trying to get work for the Forestry Commission before, because it's, you don't have to mess about trying to find work and, doing that. But I prefer working for myself a bit too much, I think. You all got me beat. I'm currently a DoorDash delivery driver since I got fired. Well, that doesn't matter, mate. A job's a job. You know what I mean? You're out there earning money. You should be proud of that, buddy. It doesn't matter what you're doing. And, I can imagine there's got to be a lot of fun in being a DoorDasher. I bet you meet some characters in your day-to-day job. And, don't worry about that at all, my friend. Night, Cry, or just D? I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Nitekri. Let me know. Sorry, dad joke, tree bark. Sorry, mate, I'm too dumb. I didn't even pick up on the joke there. You got to be barking being a tree surgeon. Very good. I like it. Sorry you had to explain it, but that's my fault, not yours, my friend. Anything outside is good. Yeah, 100%. Oh, not a fan of pate. Now, I do like a bit of pate, I'm not going to lie. Silversons, love the doggos. 11 with my own added. They are amazing. They are amazing, and I don't think you can ever have... and you can never have too many dogs. No pineapple. I like a bit of pineapple. I'm not gonna lie. I'll even have a bit of pineapple on my pizza from time to time. And I know Si's a bit of a fan of a Hawaiian pizza, and I'm with him on that one. Steeler Saka says my life story would make a great movie. That sounds brilliant, mate. I would love to see that. Mine's a bit mental. Myself, I used to joke about things happen to me which just don't happen to normal people. It's like, I'll give you an example. I once finished work and I was living in a flat. I was in Nottingham, up in Blister and Barnacles, neck of the woods, and I had a tenant. I was renting a room out because I had multiple rooms, and so I rented one out. And I came home from work to find that somebody had escaped from the local mental health hospital, got into my flat, absolutely destroyed the place. There was blood all over my walls. He'd hurt himself in there, and the street, my street had been closed off by a ton of police cars. By the time I got home from work, they'd got him back into custody and got him back to the hospital. But I was just left with remnants of what had happened, and I was just stood there in my flat looking around and thinking, this doesn't happen to people. I mean, who comes home from work to find that someone's basically escaped from one of the local nut houses? And it's not a great term, I don't like using that, but got into your house. It's just absolutely crazy. What would be the one film you recommend this year, TSC? Oh, wow. Are you talking about new films? Because I always find that the older films are probably a little bit better. My favourite, a few of my favourite films, Shawshank Redemption was brilliant. One of my favourite films is Pay It Forwards. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that. It's a fantastic film. It really is. It's about it's about a kid, and he's at school, and they come up with they're given a project at school to change the world, and how to change the world. And a load of his classmates come up with this silly ideas, like they're going to get everybody in China to jump up at the same time because it would change the world's axis very slightly, and daft things like that. But this one kid came up with this concept of paying it forwards, where he'd go out and do something for somebody. Instead of them doing something back for him, he'd say, what you've got to do, if I help you, you've got to pay it forward, and you've got to go out and help 3 other people. And those people have got to go out and help 3 other people, and they've got to go out and help 3 other people, and it expands exponentially. And it's such a sad film, really, really sad film, because he thinks he's failed at it, because the people he helped end up falling back in the bad ways, etc., and he ends up getting stabbed at the end of the film. It's a real tearjerker, it really is. But what ends up happening is when he passes, this is mad visual, because this movement he started really has changed, and it's affected thousands of people. And although people have gone back and maybe fallen back onto their old ways, they've still gone out and paid it forward and helped other people. And it's a fantastic film. It's a fantastic film. If you've never watched it, it's a really good watch. It does star Kevin Spacey, who I know has had a lot of controversy about him, but the film itself, amazing. It really did bring a tear or two to my eye. That is. Welcome back, Miner of Space. Space Miner, absolutely brilliant to have you back here, mate. It really is. Scott Silver says, I never had a dog growing up and never wanted one. Kids and wife pestered me for years and I finally gave in. Don't know what I'd do now without it. Well, that's a dog for you, mate. Dogs change your life. They do. When I've got my finished renovating my house, I'm planning on getting myself a companion, a four-legged companion, because I love dogs. I've got a dog. She's like 17 years old, coming on to 18 years old. She's really, really old. I got her when I still lived at home with my parents, and they had two dogs. And it was one of those where it wasn't fair to have a dog live in a pack with other dogs for the first bit of its life and then take it away from that. And also, the flat I moved into when I moved out, my parents didn't allow pets anyway, so she ended up staying with my mum and dad. And she's getting on in years now. So she's a fantastic animal. Both great films by Silver Sins. Yeah, they are both great films. They are, and I could name many more. Favorite film is Top Gun. That's a brilliant film, Steeler. And I've got to say, I was completely wrong about the new Top Gun, and it was a really good watch. I noticed it come onto Netflix, so I watched it myself last night, and blown away with how good it was. I was expecting it to be one of these modern trash films that just destroyed the original, but it wasn't. It was really good, and I even liked the way that Tom Cruise was a pilot in it, because he wasn't supposed to be. He was supposed to just be a instructor, but he was just so good that they kind of had to have him as pilot in it, and it worked. It really did work. It really was a good film, and I was very, very glad I watched it. Nitaki is saying, "You'll take care. Time to build the tomato beds." Oh well, good luck with that, buddy. It's always great to do a little bit of gardening, and I hope your tomatoes come out ripe and plump for you, my friend. And thank you so much for joining us tonight. James Elliott, same Scots, got our wee doggy to help with our daughter's fear of dogs. Worked a treat. She now loves all animals. Oh, that's fantastic. That's a wonderful bit of news right there. And a good dog. I mean, there's some bad dogs out there, but it's down to training, really. I mean, you raise a dog right, then they'll be a good animal. I mean, I can remember one of my when I lived in Nottingham, I had a friend, and he was a bit of an idiot, really, and he thought he was a bit of a hard man. He had a pit bull crossed with a staffy, which he called Demon. I mean, tell you the kind of person he is. But he trained it to be a really aggressive dog, but that dog loved me, and because I showed it compassion and kindness, and to the point where his dog, he had two of them. He had one called Demon, one called China, and they ended up escaping his house, and one of them had stayed with me for literally one night. I'd looked after his dog for a night or two, and she had such a great time at my house. She broke out with the other one, and I heard this scratching on my front door, and I went and looked outside my window. And I could see a kid on my driveway, and I looked out the window and I said, "Oh, is that you on my door?" He turned around and goes, "No." I goes, "Well, who is it?" And he just pointed at my door. So I poked my head out the window a bit more, and I could see my mate's two dogs at my front door scratching, trying to get in. I was like, my word, what are they doing here? So I opened the door, let him in, rang my mate up. His missus answered, saying he can't talk, all frantic, like the dogs got out. We don't know where we are. He's trying to find dogs. I said, "Don't worry about that. I've got them around here." She was, "You are?" I said, "Yeah, they've brought themselves round to my house, so I'm looking after them for you. Come and get them wherever you want." But yeah, no, I love dogs. Space Miner says, my saddest movie, Up. Oh yeah, no, I went to watch Up at the cinema with my brother when he was living in Ireland. I went over to to visit him, and we used to, at one point we used to go and do a movie night every single Friday. We used to go and watch a film down at the local cinema. So when he moved to Ireland, we went and Up was on, and you're 100% right. It's really, really, really sad. It really is, and yeah, a bit of a tearjerker. I can get emotional when it comes to films. I really can. I've got a bit of a soft touch to me. I'm not afraid to admit it, but yeah, films like Up and Pay It Forward and stuff like that, I'll be trying to hide it and not let people know that I'm crying. But yeah, no, they do get me from time to time. What do you recommend, guys? Yeah, we've just gone past the 4 hour mark. We're at 11:05. I've got my Chinese to get, and you know, I think I'm starting to think it's probably a good time to put an end and close things down. But you know, if you've got anything left over that you want to say very quickly before we go, let us know. The end of Terminator 2, Judgment Day, gets me sometimes. I'm guessing you're talking about the bit where he gets lowered into the lava and he puts his thumb up and he says his goodbye to John Connor, because you're not wrong there, buddy. You're not wrong. That gets me from time to time as well. You know, if I'm in wrong mood for that, it can get me a bit upset because it's a little bit of a moment, that, isn't it? 100% agree with Blistering Barnacle Adventures. Robin Hood is from Nottingham, and that is a fact. Good stack chat as always from Ninja Wingnut. Oh, thanks, mate. I truly do appreciate that. The romantic collector, maybe a little bit. The single romantic collector, because there's no love interest in my life right now, unfortunately. Take care, everyone, from MSJ. Good night, all from the Silver Sins. James Elliott says, thanks, mate. Enjoy your Chinese. Good night. Thank you very much, buddy. And Scott Silver's laughing at CY, but I get it, mate. No, it's a bit of a moment when Arnie, the Terminator, says goodbye to John Connor, and he gets lowered into that vat of molten steel or whatever it is. 100%. Cough, Earth is not a globe with circumferences of 24,000 miles. Well, that is a debate for another time. Space Miner, when are you going to come on? Join me for one of these stack chats so we can talk about it in a little bit more detail, because I would love to do that, my friend. Now, let me know if you'd be up for joining me, and yeah, and if there's anyone out there who'd like to come on for a short period of time and maybe not do an entire stack chat for the entire evening, we could try and get a bit of a compilation sorted out where I can get like a few people come on for shorter periods of times. That could be a lot of fun. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit now, so it probably is a good time to end. But yeah, great final thoughts from Space Miner there. 100%, I love that, and I'm definitely going to enjoy the hell out of my Chinese, mate. I'm really ready for it. I really am. But with that being the case, I probably have rabbled on for long enough now, so I'm going to leave you all by saying, until next time, as always, look after each other. Keep stacking. Take care.